Okay. Uh, so good morning, everyone. Welcome to the day 2 of the UDL Thesis Publication Seminar 2023. Let me first provide you with a brief recap of the engaging discussions we had on the day 1 of the seminar. So the seminar brought together graduate and undergraduate students from around the globe to share their thesis projects related to urban design, architecture, and planning. The themes covered on the day 1 included urban landscape, panel by Professor Ujjan Ghosh, Professor Clara Roter, and architect Gary Gilson. And not only that, it also
Hello.
Yeah, actually there was some network trouble. I'll just project again. Just a second.
Hello. Somebody there?
Yes, sir. So please give us 2 minutes. There's some technical issue.
Okay. Okay. Hi.
I'm so sorry for that issue. I'll just maybe restart again and let me just start by welcoming everyone to the UDL thesis publication day 2. So the seminar actually brought together the graduate and undergraduate students from around the globe to share their thesis projects related to urban design, architecture, and planning. The themes covered on the day 1 included urban landscape, paneled by Professor Ujjan Ghosh, Professor Clara Roter, and architect Gary Gilson, and the urban management paneled by Dr. Manoj Kini sir, Dr. Nabil Mohrab sir, and architect Nicolo Chiarchitti. In the urban landscape session, we heard presentations on projects addressing social inequality, mental health, flood management, coastal redevelopment, and many more such theses. Panelists provided insightful feedbacks emphasizing the importance of community involvement, ecological considerations, and achieving the right balance between the research depth and the design solutions. However, the urban management session covered diverse issues like waste management, cultural inclusivity, disaster resilience, and data infrastructure, among others. Panelists commended the presenters for tackling complex urban challenges and highlighted the need for a user-centric and a design-centric approach, which is grounded in the local community. So the key takeaways for the discussions were the significance of holistic planning processes, achieving simplify and focus on the opted research approach, the be selective about the design interventions, and clearly convey the core ideas. Overall, it was an engaging day one, allowing us to explore multifaceted urban challenges throughout the varied lenses. We now look forward to day two, which will cover the themes of urban networks and urban renewal. I'm sure it will be equally insightful and inspirational, spurring more thought provoking discussions and conversations on the future of our cities. Thank you for the participation in day one. Let's continue with the momentum and have a great day two ahead as well. On that note, let me welcome Vishnu Suresh to begin with the session introduction and actually start with the opening remark and welcome everybody for the day two of our session today. So over to you, Vishnu. I think you are there in the meeting.
Yeah, thank you, Ritu. I hope I'm audible.
Yeah, you are audible, Vishnu.
Thank you, Ritu. And I welcome everybody to the day two of the UDL Thesis publication seminar, where the spotlight is now moving towards two crucial phenomena, urban networks and urban renewal. Today, we embark on a journey through the intricacies of connectivity, mobility, revitalization, and transformation that define the modern urban landscape. The concept of urban networks takes center stage, resonating with the harmonious orchestrations of connectivity and mobility within urban spaces and beyond. This holistic concept transcends mere transportation, encompasses dimensions that span from accessibility enhancement to transit-oriented development, from interlinking cities to pioneering water-based transit systems. The heart of this theme beats with the ambition to weave fluid patterns of movement within urban centers, while foraging seamless regional connections among diverse areas. In this curated selection of theses, a vast phenomena or panorama of perspectives unfolds. Aspects such as adaptable road infrastructures that can be repurposed to catalyze urban activation are explored. Visionary endeavors take form as self-sufficient cities emerge, deliberately reducing reliance on extensive mobility to minimize environment impact. A canvas of alternative transportation modes come to life, accentuating safety and connectivity, including innovative redesigns of cycle networks to encourage sustainable travel while prioritizing commuters' well-being. These meticulously crafted theses converge to illuminate the central role that efficient urban networks play in shaping the essence of contemporary cities. They underscore the transformative potential of interconnected and accessible urban environments nurtured through thoughtfully devised strategies. The ultimate outcome is the creation of vibrant, well-functioning, and forward-looking urban landscapes that accommodate the ever-evolving needs of their inhabitants. The second theme, urban renewal, steps into the limelight, promising to rejuvenate urban environments through a spectrum of dynamic methods. This complex concept goes beyond mere preservation, involving the revitalization of heritage structures, districts, and breathing new life into forgotten corners of the city. This intricate process demands deliberate redesign and reuse, striking a balance between modernity and historical preservation. Urban renewal underscores the aspiration to improve and reinvigorate metropolitan spaces, envisioning cities as living entities capable of adapting to the ever-changing needs of their residents. This transformative journey weaves together functionality, aesthetics, and reimagining cities as spaces that seamlessly blend old and the new, energy and design, history and infrastructure. The revitalization of historic structures and neighborhoods is paramount to this theme, embodying the cultural identity of urban renewal. These architectural wonders, steeped in history, narrate tales of the past, and foster a sense of connection with our heritage. As old meets new, urban renewal breathes life into historic landmarks, allowing citizens to celebrate their unique past while embracing a promising future. With this theme's diverse array of theses lies a realm of unexplored possibilities. These explorations exemplify the creativity and vision of urban renewal, from transforming industrial sites into sustainable hubs of activity through circular urban concepts to unearthing forgotten heritage in bustling cities. This concept even ventures into the creation of vibrant event venues nestled within ancient compounds, offering the community a joyous means to experience history anew. In closing, the research and efforts invested in urban revitalization unveil its intricate complexity. It bridges the realm of heritage preservation, sustainable development, and the enriching communal experience. Urban regeneration at its core shapes spaces that pay homage to its past, embrace the present, and construct a promising future as our cities evolve. As we delve into the presentations of day 2, we invite you to explore these themes that inspire the transformation of our urban landscapes. I would like now to welcome architect Pragya Hotwani, an urban designer with an MArch in urban design from the School of Planning and Architecture, Bhopal. Over to you, Pragya.
Thank you, Vishnu. First of all, I would welcome all of you on behalf of the UDL team. Welcome to the thesis seminar, an event that marks a significant milestone in the academic journey of our graduate and postgraduate scholars. My name is Pragya Hotwani, and I'm deeply honored to be a part of this session. Today, we gather to explore the intriguing intersections of urban dynamics and delve into two compelling themes that talk about urban networks and urban renewal. These themes provide a platform for our scholars to present their thoughtfully crafted theses that delve into the intricate and transformative realms of urban landscapes. The concept of urban network serves as the focal point of our first theme. It revolves around the optimization of connectivity and mobility, both within individual and between cities. This theme talks about multiple dimensions, which is focusing on the enhancement of accessibility, the promotion of transit-oriented development, the strengthening of city-to-city linkages, and the introduction of innovative water-based systems. Moving on to a second theme, which is urban renewal, we embark on a journey of transformation and rejuvenation. This theme captures a profound notion of breathing new life into the urban fabric, renewing and revitalizing the spaces that hold significance in terms of their historical, cultural, and social background. Urban renewal endeavors to preserve the past while seamlessly integrating contemporary dynamics, fostering a balanced coexistence between tradition and innovation. I invite you all to immerse in this rich academic journey, to engage with the diverse perspectives, and to envision the possibilities that arise when passionate scholars collaborate with the urban realm to create a sustainable and inclusive environment. So let's begin our first session for today. And I would like to invite our panelists for today, Dr. Sunny Bansal, Dr. Mohammad Allah Mandoor, and Professor Sungi Park. Welcome, sir. So if you would like to just start maybe, or shall we directly start on with our first session?
Good afternoon, everybody. This is Professor Mandoor, Mohammad Allah Mandoor from Egypt. I would like to thank all the panel for this unique opportunity to have this collective knowledge in a sort of documentary. And what I have received is really an amazing projects, and we hope to fulfill our goal to have this kind of very intellectual documentary. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Dr. Sunny Bansal, please, we would welcome you to share some thoughts.
Hello. Thank you, Pragya, for the brief about the event. And I've been through the presentations and the abstracts which were shared. So honestly, I'm very excited to see what's coming in the next 3 hours. So, and we can start if everyone is ready.
Thank you so much, sir. Professor Park.
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm Sungi Park from South Korea. I'm an assistant professor at Seoul National University of Science and Technology. I'm very happy to have an opportunity to give a jury comment today. I'm really excited to seeing all recent graduates that did this project. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So let's start with our very first presentation. So I would like to invite John David Granados Vela, a postgraduate student from the Pontificia Universidad, located in Bogota, Colombia. The title of the thesis is Catalog of Habitable Structures for Urban Activation in the Road Infrastructure in Bogota, Colombia, guided by Joan Jacobo Molina Restrepo, under the theme Urban Networks. John, please start with your presentation.
Hello, everyone. My name is Juan David Granados Vela. Excuse me. Good morning, everyone. My name is Juan David Granados Vela. I'm going to expose my degree work entitled Catalog of Habitable Structures for Urban Activation of the Road Infrastructure of Bogota. The topic of study consists of the analysis of urban affectations and impacts caused by the expansion of Bogota road infrastructure due to the urban growth of the city, thus proposing the following research question. What are the effects generated by the construction of different types of bridges and road sections on the socio-economic and environmental systems of Bogota? Thus began the identification of the urban elements that make up the city's road network, such as the nodes that are the large bridges located on the road sections, with the objective of solving the problem of large-scale traffic in the city. But what is the degree of influence that this road infrastructure has had on the urban centers? How the insertion of these bridges has caused different types of changes in the morphology, fragmenting and disconnecting the urban system of Bogota. For this reason, the object of the study concentrates on the typologies of bridges and road sections of Bogota road network by analyzing the magnitude of these elements and how they trace and define urban relations in sectors where the presence of these elements generates social, economic, and environmental barriers on the urban centers, causing an infrastructure that is designed to connect the city of the largest scale to become a segregated and fragmented elements of urban dynamics on the context of the road network. The identification of the areas affected by the expansion of the city road network has shown how, at the metropolitan level, Bogota urban system composed of urban, economic, cultural, social, and environmental networks that have been fragmented and isolated by the insertion of the mobility infrastructure, creating several points of deterioration and forgotten areas that, throughout the obsolescence of the bridges, have made the urban landscape of the city hostile to the urban dynamics of the pedestrian. The methodology of this work consists of the design of a diagnostic matrix of urban phenomena that occur in urban centers caused by the impacts and affectations that have resulted from the expansion of the mobility infrastructure in Bogota. This matrix seeks to identify the typology of the road elements that affects the urban dynamics and how they create impacts in social and environmental dynamics of the urban center close to them. 6 urban phenomena diagnosis in the analysis of the road network of Bogota are highlighted, such as insulation, segregation, bordering, dispersion, fragmentation, and urban repulsion, all characterized by different ways to behaving with the affected territory. For this presentation, 2 urban phenomena cases were chosen to deepen into the diagnostic and design methodology generated in each of them. One of the urban phenomena study is the urban isolator, which consists of a node in structure that diminishes the adjacent dynamics by elements such as bridges and road sections that disconnect and dissociate the social dynamics, producing in the urban context a deterioration and inactivity in the context. For the analysis of this urban phenomena, Avenida Calle 80 con Avenida Boyacá Bridge was chosen. This Bogota sector has a particularity. Around its infrastructure, there are important social, educational, and commercial nodes that lost their relationships and as a consequence get disconnected through the magnitude and urban voids that have not used and no relation in the typology of the bridges. This generates inactive zone, abandoned buildings, public square without social dynamics, getting completely dissociated by these road elements for the social flow. Second urban phenomenon study consists of a linear infrastructure that generates internal urban borders in the city, fragmenting various morphologies and typologies among the neighborhoods, causing the spatial segregation of the population and hindering its accessibility, thus to the hostile areas and residual spaces. For this phenomenon, the construction and expansion of the road infrastructure of Calle Sexta with NQS highway was chosen. This has the particularity of having a massive bridge that generates a visual and spatial barrier on the pedestrians, which also throughout the wide road sections and non-existing crosswalks has caused an impermeable edge that deteriorates each of the sides of the road, where the abandonment of the commercial and residential buildings can be seen, as well as different squares and paths that don't offer adequate space for the development of urban activities, causing unsafe areas for pedestrian mobility. Considering these situations for each one of the 6 cases study, a matrix of strategies and possible scenarios for the urban activation of Bogota is proposed. Each one of them poses a question about a possible scenario that could be presented as a modification or change of the urban landscape conception, affected by the new habitable structure that hybridizes with the urban context and then can generate other ways of inhabiting this space designed for cars that now will be designed for citizens. Therefore, different objectives and form of actions related to the space identified within the typology of the bridges and road sections are proposed. By this matrix of strategies and objectives, a catalog of habitable structures is made up of different urban and architectural modular pieces that respond to different urban situations, identifying the elements that make up the mobility infrastructure. Different types of urban pieces are generated that seek to reactive the urban system of the city by converting mobility into a habitable space. These through 5 strategies. The first 2 are located in the first level of the city, where it is seek to develop the restoration spaces under the bridges and renovation areas in the urban voids around them. The other 2 strategies seek to improve the accessibility to the pedestrian bridges and connecting spaces throughout pieces with a variety of uses and urban activities. And finally, a strategy that seeks to create a space of permanence of urban dynamics that prioritizes the habitability of these spaces at different times of the day, that conceiving the mobility not only a place of passage, but also a space for the creation of the urban dynamics. What would happen if these isolating structures were urban attraction nodes that connect the dynamics of the sector? These questions are true of a possible scenario that could turn this urban node into a social, economic, cultural, and environmental attractor for the sector that has been isolated. These habitable structures seek throughout the hybridization of these urban pieces to create an attractive spaces for the citizens' direction on the first level, with cultural areas and green areas, as well as the overpass that allows pedestrians to have a different dynamics over the city throughout the network. The proposed scenario for the case study for the bridges Avenida Calle 80 and Avenida Boyacá is to create an urban attractor that can be a connection point to enhance the urban activities presented in the sector, becoming a node that taking advantage of the empty spaces of the road infrastructure can generate different urban facilities with a variety of uses, including spaces as parks, commercial areas, cultural centers, recreation and leisure areas that integrate the user with this node and its surroundings. What will happen if massive structures become access and not of urban expansion in areas that are indeterminate and dissociated from their context? This possible scenario seeks that the massive bridge become an axis of permeability that allows through the hybridization of the urban pieces with the surroundings to create a main axis that connects of the relationships of these isolated and forgotten neighborhoods by creating new urban activities that enhance the segregated uses of the sector. In the case of the study of the NQS highway with Calle Sexta, we seek to overcome the problem of the urban edge by generating a permeable axis between the fragmented neighborhoods with a habitable structure that becomes a node of urban connections. At the first level, we seek to generate dynamics that support the commercial and productive activities of the sector, attaching habitable areas to structure throughout mixed uses that can be kept active at different times of the day and feel connecting axis of a social interaction between the neighborhoods. Finally, the objective of the catalog of habitable structure for urban activation of the mobility infrastructure of Bogota seeks the creation of different possible scenarios that through modular pieces with different sizes, spaces, with mixed uses, form of action, and urban dynamics hybridize among them to create complex structure with various modes of habitability for a symbiotic relationship between mobility and urban dynamics that occur around the road network, thus changing the concept of mobility infrastructure, where it not only connects the traffic of the city, but also the different important urban systems, such as economic, social, cultural, environmental, and among others, throughout habitable structure that has the versatility to implement it in each of the particular situations of each urban center of the city, thus allowing the mobility of the citizen to inhabit it and not segregated or fragmented. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Joan, for bringing light to these scattered and fragmented urban systems that you spoke about very relevantly. Thank you. Judy, we can go one by one. Professor Park, would you like to start by your comments?
Okay, let me start first. Thank you for the presentation. It was really nice to see it. And I have a few comments. So taking idea from obsolete infrastructure, especially in this case is bridges, is very smart and it's great to see it. And also the showing some kind of a your strategy, showing two potential example is really good way to prove your kind of idea. So that is very good. And also the last comment is the overall visual kind of a presentation is very consistent and also it's easy to follow. So it was very nice to see it. And then congrats, graduation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Mohammad Allah Mandoor, please share your comments.
Actually, I have no comments. And the presentation was, to the point. The idea is very clear, and I thank you. I thank you, Joanne, for this good presentation and content. Thank you.
Dr. Bansal, would you like to say something?
Yeah, I think I would like to congratulate him. He made his point very clear in a given short span of time. And the way he looked at how these road networks and bridges which connect at a larger level, at macro level, how do they impact at the micro level? And how do they disconnect? And how to study them and how can we improve them? I think that's a very important area of work. And he did a great justice. And I was very inspired by the visual quality of work which he has presented. So I think that is something which is anyone can easily understand what he's trying to say. So I think double congratulations to him for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, John. We'll move on to our second presenter for today. It will be presented by Srithu PR, a postgraduate student from the RV College of Architecture located in Bangalore, India. The title of the thesis is Sensing the Invisible at the thesis location Thrissur, India, guided by Brinda Sastry and Anup Nair under the theme Urban Networks. Srithu, you can please start. All the best.
Yeah. Am I audible? Hello? Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Yeah.
Yes,
So,
you're okay.
yeah, so good afternoon. My name is Srithu. So I'll be presenting my thesis, Sensing the Invisible. So this thesis is about urban landscape. So architects, we all are familiar with the concept of place identity. So this is how we link ourselves to our surroundings. So there are three interrelated components which contribute to the place identity: the physical setting, the activities that happen within that physical setting, then the image of the place. Image of the place means symbolism, imageability, legibility, then sendscapes, then our association with those sendscape and the environment. So in this particular thesis, I'm going to explore more on that concept of sensory experience and association. So coming to the perceptual dimensions of urban designs, we know it's the vision, hearing, smell, touch. So all these sensory attributes contribute to the sensory identity of the place. But now we're looking to the current developments. It's mainly focusing on creating, rendering a visual image of the place. So what the resultant what we are getting is a sensory homogeneous spaces, which is either sensory deficient or sensory overloaded. So my thesis program is to identify how the sendscape of the city and people's emotional association with these sensory stimuli altogether create a system of experience in the city. So in this thesis, I will be I develop a toolkit to analyze sendscape and same toolkit can be used to improve the sensory experience of urban spaces. And in this particular thesis, as I said, we have 4 sendscapes, but because of some limitations I will be mainly concentrating on visual and oral sendscape. And this study is purely based on the qualitative aspects of sendscape. So structure of the project. So it's about developing a toolkit and apply the toolkit in a context. So the toolkit has 8 parts. The first part is I have identified few parameters which qualify the sensory stimuli. So for the visual stimuli, we have enclosure and visual terminus, and the sound stimuli is based on the source of this urban sound. It can be either geophony, biophony, and anthrophony. and then how we respond to these sensory stimuli. So based on the theories of psychology, I have identified 6 basic emotions like happiness, sad, fear, anger, disgust, surprise, and memory, sense of time, sense of direction as the associations. Then as a part of the toolkit, I am suggesting like what are the methods that we can use to map to document these kind of sensory attributes. Then after the documentation, we need to put all this data in a mapping. So that for that, I have used a multi-model mapping method. In that mapping method, we'll be mapping the sensory setting, the sound stimuli, visual stimuli, all together in a single map. Then, as I said, these sensescapes are very subjective in nature. So we need to conduct a sensory perception survey. Then only get to know that what sensescapes needs to be improved, what needs to be controlled and all. So there is a method I'm suggesting, like how to identify the stakeholder group and how to do the sensory survey. And once we get coming to the sensory survey, each questions in the sensory survey shall be related to one sensory stimuli, and the responses can be these emotions, what kind of emotion evoke in them when they are exposed to this particular sensory stimuli, what is the association with that particular sensory stimuli. So once we get the output from the sensory stimuli, we can do the sensory analysis. For that, we have the sensory experience wheel, and from that we can arrive the sensescape indicators. So using the sensescape indicators, we can develop guidelines for a multi-sensory environment. Yeah, so I have applied the toolkit in Thrissur. So it's a city with traditional city with rich daily and temporal sensescape. So to identify the stakeholder, I have done an activity mapping of the stakeholder group. So I have taken the people who daily commute the city for different purposes, and their activity along in different time period of a day is mapped. And doing that, I identified the sensory route. So the sensory perception survey will be conducted along the sensory route. So in this particular contest, one route which is connecting two major transportation hub is chosen as the sensory route. And these are the sensory stimuli which is identified along the sensory route. For example, if you take this particular church tower, it's both a visual stimuli and a sound stimuli. So similarly, I have identified 21 sensory stimuli along that particular sensory path. Next is the multi-model mapping. So we need to do this kind of multi-model mapping for all major streets, open spaces, market spaces along the sensory route. So this is the demonstration for one route, which is called MO road in this region of the key plan. So first part of the sensory map is the sensory setting. So here I have shown the major visual cues, sound cues. And next part is the mapping of visual stimuli and sound stimuli. So when we take this particular street section, in this particular map, the visual clutter, the major visual terminus, the major viewpoints, everything is mapped. So when a person is moving from one point to another point, what are the possible visual cues he will be getting when he is moving through this. And below that, we have the sonic graphs. Here we can see like how the different types of sound is varying along that particular street. For example, if you take the first graph, it's showing the natural sounds. So this is dominating in this area because we have a landscape there. When we take the urban noises, it is dominating in this area because there is a market space there. So this is the sensory, multi-model sensory mapping. Then the sensory perception survey. So the sensory perception survey, it's based on, I have got 62 responses. And in this particular survey, 22 questions were asked, 12 questions were based on visual stimuli and 10 questions on sound stimuli. So the output from the sensory perception survey can be analyzed using the sensory perception wheel. So in this sensory perception wheel, each icon, this SS1, VS1, they denote one question, one sensory stimuli. And the second circle denotes the emotions associated with that particular sensory survey. So each line represents the rating that the participant given for each sense, each emotion, and the outer line is the associations, like how they associate with that particular sensory stimuli. Next is the sensescape indicators. So coming to sensescape indicators are the qualitative and quantitative attributes of the sensescape that needs to be controlled and retained to improve the sensory experience of that particular space. So if we take each sensory stimuli, for example, if I'm taking the case of traffic noise, it's an undesirable sensory stimuli. So the sensory indicator associated with that particular sensescape is that we need to reduce the exposure to urban traffic noise. To how to do that? For that, we have the multi-sensory design dimensions. For in this particular toolkit, I have identified 4 dimensions. One is the transition, like how we need to control the transition between the proximity of one senscape to another senscape. Then the pace and pattern of the movement, how a user is moving and what the path they are taking within the proximity of a senscape. Then the temporality, like there are some senscape which activate some space during some period of the time. So these are the 4 dimensions to harmonize the sensory rhythm of selected path. So using that sensory dimensions, I have identified 5 patterns for a sensory design. So this idea is to basically create a network in the city, a sensory route in the city. When we take the sensory route, it will be having a path and points. These points will be the source of a sensory stimuli. For the pattern 1, it's in locations where we have an urban edge. So the idea is to we need to integrate that urban edge, the edge of the water body, into the sensory route by applying these 2 dimensions. Next is the case when we have a visual landmark. So here also we can apply those dimensions to improve the sensory. The basic idea is integrate these kind of stimuli into a sensory route. Similarly, if an open space, instead of the open space can be integrated, we can create a route which is transversing the open spaces, so that we can harmonize the different types of sound stimuli, visual stimuli available in the open space. We can merge it with the surroundings. Then for a built enclosure also, this kind of patterns can be applied. And in the, spaces which is dominated with human sounds, there also we can apply this kind of patterns. So next is strategy mapping. So what I have done is I have applied these 5 patterns in the context based on the sensory settings. So the vision is to create an engaging and comfortable sensory environment for the city, so that it will be strengthening the sensory identity of the place and thereby reinforce their place attachment. And this is showing the application of the context, application of pattern in the context. So the idea is to create sensory routes in the city. So along the sensory route, they can experience different sensory, like the different views, different sound stimuli, everything can be experienced based on the route that we designed based applying the 5 patterns. And this is showing the design demonstration. So like how the new different sensory routes is created, how new views are created, how new post points are created within the city. So coming to the implementation strategy, the thing is the multi-sensory design, it can't be taken as a standalone project. We need to integrate these kind of guidelines into a city development plan. So, and also we can identify a city level sensory identity, like many viewscape, soundscape, which is very important to the city. And we can create policies to preserve them, protect them. And also some kind of land use controls can be also be given. And the thing is, these sensory guidelines, it should be flexible. It's up to the architect, up to the planner who is doing. But we should give flexible guidelines to improve, to conserve and enhance the sensory stimuli of a place. Yeah, thank you. Hello.
Thank you so much, Ritu.
Yeah.
Let's directly dive into what our panelists have to say. This time we'll start with Dr. Bansal.
Yeah, hello, Shrutu. Wonderful presentation. There are a few of my students who are working on walkability parameters, and they also talk about perception. But I think most of us really focus on the visual perception of the streetscape or the sidewalks. But I think a multi-sensory application or a multi-sensory intervention is something which is really very important. And the oral part, which you included in your whole study, I think that is something which excited me a lot. So I went through a presentation in detail before this talk, and I really liked your work and the way you approached. I just wanted to ask you something. Why did you just pick, besides visual, you just picked oral? What was the reason to that?
Because considering the range of proximity, is high for visual senscape than sound. So because we have only 4 months of time to do the entire thesis. So I found that will be difficult. If I take all the senscape, it will be difficult for me to do it. And it also done during a COVID time. So this some smell kind of things, like this sensory survey was very difficult. So I decided to concentrate only 2 sendscapes. So we have a scope to integrate sound also, like smell also, touch also
Okay.
into the
Okay.
same. So it's like a flexible guidelines of a flexible mapping. Yeah, so we can take it further, like adding other sendscapes also.
Okay. That's great. Thank you, Shritu.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Professor Park, please share your thoughts.
Okay. Thank you for the presentation.
Is more walkable and more permeable, allows for more intersections within a small area. So you have access to your amenities in an easily navigable route. And I also use the perimeter block, which is popular in the British urban green. And this is incorporated on site. And on the right, we have the cross sections of the primary road and the secondary road. And it shows the distribution of the roads for motorized use and for walkability. And to break down and summarize the design process in the urban plan, the existing roads, green spaces and river is retained to build on the site, character of the site. And the smaller, more walkable Oakland block is adapted on site. And the street network that prioritizes active transport and reduces the dependence on motorized transport is used. A super block strategy is applied, and there's a clear hierarchy of urban form within the development. And a 15-minute city approach is combined with 5-minute neighborhoods to improve accessibility. So the result is a walkable, pedestrian-friendly, and a highly accessible urban development. In the design of the block scale, a key requirement was to optimize the building form for low carbon urban form. The selection of the building block tries to balance 4 parameters. So I try to maximize the floor area, I try to maximize the solar potential, I try to maximize minimize the overshadowing and maximize the access to daylight. And here I use the computational methodology, which compares all of these 4 parameters simultaneously. And I choose the form that minimizes overshadowing while maximizing all the other parameters. And I use the computational tool that produces 25 design iterations for this analysis. And the block that performed the best was chosen and proceeded to design the urban block. And so this is how I envisioned the urban block to be. And I use a modular building construction strategy to realize the development of the self-sufficient city. And on the left is the aerial view of the urban form of one block. And I envisioned the development to have a variety of prefabricated apartment modules, ranging from private studio modules to 2-bedroom apartment modules. And the construction principle is based on the adaptive behavior of complex adaptive systems. The adaptive behavior happens in an urban development when the city begins to reorganize itself and adapt to a new situation, when there's a growth in demand. So, for example, when there's a demand for a lot of housing for families, the construction can be in such a way that more of 2-bedroom modules are incorporated in the design, in the construction. And this type of construction also helps us build flexibly while enabling customizability for the residents. And the image on the right shows how the blocks can be populated with a variety of different apartment modules. The application of the computational design tool and the analysis has helped me develop a super block that meets and exceeds the needs of the northern gateway while maintaining proper access to daylight in the streets and the residential units. And these characteristics make a lively, walkable, and accessible neighborhood in the urban level while being grounded on rigorous data-driven analysis. And this section demonstrates how the development will cater to the energy demand with renewable sources, conserve and recycle the water collected through rainwater harvesting, and waste is sorted for composting, refuse, and recycling. And there'll be access to everyday amenities within a 5-minute walk. And also there's a provision for walkable infrastructure throughout the site. And here is a visualization of the lively and walkable urban neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shraddha. I would directly ask Dr. Mandoor to start with his comments.
Actually, the presentation was a bit long, and it seems that it has a lot of potential. Working on the block level and digital simulation and all of this stuff. I like the way you tackled the project, and I have no much comments. No comments on your work. Thank you and congratulations for that.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Bansal, would you like to share your thoughts?
Yeah, thank you, Shraddha, for your presentation. I think the application of computational tools was something which was very exciting and new for me. And I think as a whole, you have done quite a justice to the project. So when we say self-sufficiency, we see a lot of researchers or students working on one or the two aspects of it. But I think as a scholar, you have tried to complete all the aspects which are possible. So I think it was quite a wholesome study. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Dr. Park?
Yeah,
I'm
thank
sorry.
you for the presentation. Firstly, I love the title. I mean, you created a really interesting idea, really interesting and intriguing title, self-sufficient city. I totally agree with the idea that we architects, urbanists, and landscape architects need to find a new way towards rapidly changing, climate environment. And also, I really like the idea bring the proposal of a super block, although it is proven strategy from the Barcelona in Spain, but it is very clever strategy for you update it. And particularly, I like the idea how you create the form of the urban blocks. I do believe considering the daylight amount is one of the key elements in urban environment. So the final rendering looks great, and overall quality of living environment looks promising. So thank you and congrats for your graduation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shraddha. So we'll be moving on to our next presenter. She is Tabassum Sultana, an undergraduate student from the University of Asia Pacific, located in Dhaka, Bangladesh. The title of the thesis is Soliloquy of a City, Kushta, Exploring the History of Cultural Capital of Bangladesh, guided by Abu Sayyid Mustaq Ahmed and Mehrab Iftihar, under the theme Urban Renewal. So, Tabassum, you can start with your presentation.
Thank you, everyone. Hello, I am Tabassum Sultana.
Can you please put it on the slide share mode, Tabassum?
Yes. I am sharing my slide. Can you see that?
We can see it, but it is not in the slide share mode. Yeah. Can you do that?
Yes. Sorry for the delay.
All the
Hello,
best.
everyone. Thank you. Hello, everyone. I am Tabassum Sultana. The title of my project is Soliloquy of the City, Kushta, Exploring the Cultural Capital of Bangladesh. Kushta is a small town of Bangladesh with rich cultural heritage. Every city ages in a unique way. A bustling city center may become outmoded and unused over time. Against this backdrop, Kushta is regarded as a cultural capital of Bangladesh. But its unchecked growth is causing its cultural and historical structures to disappear. If one wants to explore the story of Kushta, they know about the rich heritage, literature, culture, and philosophic background of this place. The story of this town begins with the railway connection from Kolkata to Jagoti in 1862. It contributed to economic growth and played a significant role in establishing Mohini Mill, which was one of the largest textile factory among the 13 mills in the Bengal region at that time. One of the cultural contribution of Mohini Mill was Mohini Mohan Theatre. On the other hand, the prominent Bengali philosopher, spiritual poet Fakir Lalun Shah has enriched the cultural landscape of Kushtia through his invaluable folk song and his spiritual journey by the bank of Kaliganga River. To understand our present and to find our root, a cultural mapping and timeline analysis has been conducted, which interconnects all the stories of this city. Along with this journey, we identified the most significant areas that remain untouched and need conservation. This place once sustained our town. One can easily commute from Zone A, Jagoti Station, to Zone B, Mohini Mill, through shuttle train, and can also explore the other zone, Theatre Para, and the Shrine Complex by walking through. After studying the existing site condition, we found Jagoti Station, Mohini Mills, and Theatre are remnants of the past and lacking preservation. On the other hand, the realm of Fakir Lalun Shah, the existing shrine was built inspired from a famous Indian Muslim saint that was not aligned to Lalun's philosophy. For this reason, these 4 zones shows the connection of the city, picture of economy and spiritual and cultural richness of this city. For this reason, the areas are analyzed and surveyed carefully to rejuvenate the old buildings. The proposed program was focused to meet the people's experience of their past heritage and increase the civic facilities of this town. The Zone A, Jagoti Station, which is the first railway station of Bangladesh, is conserved as a living museum, along with its 2 existing water tank, which was used for watering the old locomotive. On the old maintenance railway track, an elevated railway history museum is proposed so that it still can blend with the surrounding on the ground floor. And the material used for the new building is a perforated metal screen inspired from the train body. People can also enjoy walking on the rail line on the ground floor here. Moving to the Zone B, Mohini Mills. The Mohini Mill was named after Mohini Mohan Chakraborty, who was not only the pioneer in the economic prosperity of Kushtia, but also developed the civic facilities in this town, like school, healthcare, theatre, accommodation around this mill area. This is the 14-acre Mohini Mill site. There are two large mill sheds for the spinning and weaving mills, and a large water tank to support the mill production. And despite redesigning the area, I have tried to revitalize and reuse the old building, and with the minimum intervention. The Mohini Mill's original buildings are preserved to celebrate its textile legacy. In the restored mill shed will feature spaces for cultural events, industrial fest, biennials, art camps, allowing the community to engage with the city's cultural heritage. An experiential walking path is also proposed here for the visitors. As the mill has a heritage of patronizing the cultural landscape of the town, a portion of this area dedicated to cultural and literary functions to meet the present cultural demand today. In this area, some small interventions are proposed, incorporating the mill old shed. A restoration of Mohini Lodge is also proposed here for the hospitality purposes. Respecting the heritage, the focus was to retain the remnants as much as we can, so that a long old facade can also cherish its lost memories of Mohini Mill's contribution during the Swadeshi movement in the colonial period. An open to sky painting code is also proposed with its mill existing sawtooth structure and wall, where the decaying structure could remind us the faded history of this mill. Then comes the Zone C, the shrine of Fakir Lalun Shah, where Fakir Lalun Shah's legacy of tolerance and inclusivity through music serves as a guiding light for searching spiritual truth. The shrine of Fakir Lalun Shah is also called Akhra Bari. The proposed shrine has emphasized a simplified blend of nature and human endeavor. The proposed shrine complex will facilitate devotees by offering temporary shades, by using local materials and honoring the Bao's way of life. A circumambulation around the Lalon's tomb is proposed, as well as a route that winds around Shaiji's tomb and extend to the Ghat of Kaliganga river for the ritual called Diksha Anushthan. Using the white fabric as a shading element reflects the simplicity of Lalon. Once they became devotee, they only wear white cloth. This type of white cloth was also a common production of Mohini. The texture and materiality are humble yet to celebrate the spiritual and philosophical depth of wisdom. The last but the not least, the side D, Theatre Para, was designed for a pause. Like cherishing the experiences of the historical journey, one can pause and stay at a cozy boutique hotel in Theatre Para. It features also a restoration of Mohini Mohan Theatre. Back then, many artists from Kolkata lighted this theatre with their performances. Here is also proposed a plaza that blesses the landscape alongside the theatre museum. Across the way, a dance studio and an experimental theatre are proposed for folk theatre called Jatrapala. It embraces the spirit of artistic exploration so that visitor can experience the cultural vibe of this place. It is high time to preserve the history while meeting the modern needs and create an opportunity that people of Kushta can be proud of. By reusing the old buildings instead of tearing them down, this approach offers new uses while connecting the past and present. There is a possibility of using similar intervention process to preserve the historical landmark through adaptive reuse, so that a truthful portrayal of long forgotten structure, age, time, texture, and materiality can express its soliloquy. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much, Tabassum. I must say your renders were very interesting. I really loved them personally. So we'll go on to what our panelists have to say. Dr. Bansal, we can start with you.
Yeah, hi Tabassum. Honestly, I'm very impressed with your work. I was recently in Europe and I was in Poland for some time, and we visited a city, Lodz, which had some textile mills. And with the idea of adaptive reuse, they were converted into a public place. It's called Manufacturer. So by seeing your presentation and the ideas you had, the renders which could show the final intervention. I think it's something which I find what I saw there and what I can imagine in your presentation. And especially the last part, the theatre para part, where you're also looking for pause. I think that is something which we as urban designers should always look like. Where do you make people think? Where do you make people stop? Is what is really important. So I think you've done a great justice to the problem in hand, and really impressed. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Professor Park, would you like to share something?
Okay, I will do it. Again, thanks for the presentation, the Tabassum. So I also impressed your presentation very well. Taking consideration of pedestrian level of experience is very important, I guess. So, and also the overall level of your design detail is great, especially designing very different site and different amount of intervention are not easy job, especially in your as a student and also in the limited time, but you did very well. Particularly as I am an architect, seeing very different building design, such as preserving historical brick facade or loosening, the fabric was very impressive. And overall visual quality was promising, and showing pleasant urban environment is key for success. So I think your thesis is successful. Again, thank you for your presentation and congrats for your graduation.
Thank you, Professor Park. Dr. Mandoor, please share your thoughts.
Actually, my colleagues have said all the positive praises on this thesis. Very good work, a good presentation, and I like to congratulate you for your good work, really. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your valuable comments.
Thank you so much, sir. So we'll move on to our next presenter. The next presenter is Toby Godfrey, a postgraduate student from King's College London in United Kingdoms. The title of the thesis is More Than Paint on Concrete. I personally love the title, Conducting a Playful Reimagination of London's Expanding Cycle Network, guided by Luke Dickens under the theme Urban Networks. So Toby, you're next. Please start your presentation.
Of course, yeah. Thank you for the introduction, and hopefully my connection holds up. I will just share my presentation. Give me 2 seconds. I haven't used WebEx before. Is that working?
Yeah, it's working. Just make
Brilliant.
it to the
Full
slide
screen.
share.
Cool. And that's okay?
Yeah, please start.
Okay, brilliant. So yeah, right, I'll kick off and try and get through this in 10 minutes. Yeah, thank you for listening, obviously, and I'll give a brief overview of this dissertation, which was, 2 months ago in London whilst I was studying at King's College over here. So yeah, background and motivation. So the reason for me doing this dissertation, I was reading a degree in sustainable cities at the time and kind of in this space of urban planning, urban design. I grew an interest across that year in ideas of play and how we can kind of rethink cities from a playful perspective. During that master's, I was interning with an advocacy group here in London called London Cycling Campaign. They're kind of essentially campaigning for better micromobility provision across the capital. And I wrote an article for them on micromobility parking ahead of London's e-scooter trials. And I was also volunteering with a cycle refugee charity. So the context is I was kind of very much in this space and in kind of, planning London's cycle network, which is growing at a very quick rate, as is probably the case in a lot of cities. But I had this kind of feeling, how can we do things better? I'm not a kind of massive cyclist myself in terms of hardcore Tour de France cycling, but I love the idea that, people can get from A to B on a bike. It's, a much kind of more sustainable travel mode. And wanted to basically rethink how we could design cycle networks. The research needs, so cycling has been written about in literature in a big way. It's really well studied. However, there is a gap in that cycling's kind of infrastructures, as in the network, the kind of physical nature of the network has not been looked at, and its effects on kind of bringing people into cycling and engaging people in cycling. So that was what I was looking at. A lot has been written about to date on its social infrastructures, and what I mean by that is kind of international events like critical mass and basically cycling in numbers and the playful elements of cycling at night in big groups with music, that kind of thing. But yes, never from a design perspective. And I brought this kind of idea of play, which I define at the bottom, which is all these terms of inclusive, it's very urban, it's abstract, it's material, it's political, it's participatory, it's subversive, sorry. So this idea of play, how can we apply it to cycling and kind of start to rethink cycle networks? So this was the kind of void, just showing this from a graphical sense. On the left is what has been studied. Essentially, events like critical mass, cycling on numbers, and how playful that is. On the right is the actual physical infrastructures, which hasn't been looked at. So you've got in that top left photo, that's the Van Gogh Starry route in Eindhoven in the Netherlands. You have kind of playful, funny cycle signage. You have ramps. You have cycle responsive lighting in the ground in the bottom right in Copenhagen. So just exploring these ideas and how it kind of brings people into cycling. So that was my kind of premise. So I brought this to London. And as I said earlier, London's cycle network is expanding, it's growing, especially after COVID. So it's very kind of topical, this subject. And essentially the aim is to explore and reassess a playful reimagination of London's expanding cycle network. And that was broken down into a list of objectives, which are on screen. The photo you can see is one example of a utopian reimagination of London cycling. This was by Norman Foster Architects, where they imagined a new cycle network following essentially all of London's key rail routes and building the cycle network on top. So just one example. But on the main, or in general, this subject hasn't been studied too much to date. So playful reimagination of London cycle network. How do you do this? It's a new topic, so I wanted to speak to people first. So I got together 8 field experts from all over international and kind of interviewed them about this topic, which I'll go into more detail shortly. I then went from that to photography, observation, collation, essentially, basically looking at London cycle network and networks from all over the world and what they have done and trying to like bring all this material together. So I had a kind of base. The final method was drawing, and this was by far the most exciting, rewarding. And you can see the picture on the right. These are booklets that I made and sent out to Londoners all over, and they filled out with various drawings of how they would design London cycle network. So yeah, really cool methodology, 3 steps. I'll go through them all in a bit more detail. I just put my positionality in all this research, which is really important in cycling on the bottom left. So I myself, based in the UK, I am white, male, middle class. I have never had any access issues to cycling, whereas a lot of people do. And I'm obviously in a position of privilege where I can think from a kind of really fun, playful perspective, but I understand that, you know, cycling is something that is not accessible for all groups in society, and that is something that needs to happen. Just a quick graphical presentation or representation of how this research played out. So the literature gap on the left, and then the various methods as you go into use photography, drawing, and then collated in findings. So the actual findings, a lot of text on the screen, I'm not going to read it out, but it was super interesting talking to experts in the field. There is an appetite for this. People or designers really like this idea of play and kind of rethinking networks. The problem is that cycling, especially in London, is massively wrapped up in this discussion around safety. So there's a lot of accidents each year, and the priority is making cycling safe. And play is seen as something that's contradictory to that. So you've got 2 very competing things, and it's really tricky with this research to kind of think, how can we make cycling safe and playful? And that was a bit of a dichotomy I had to handle. But yeah, all these interviews, different backgrounds, people from inclusive design, charities, whatever, all brought together, made some really interesting findings. One of them suggested to me that I do this second method, which was collate findings from all over the world as to what cities have done on the kind of playful infrastructure front, because there is at this point in time no one repository, as in a collation of what cities have done. So I basically went out in London and I took a load of photos of the cycle network, which you can see is the left collage. So pretty boring, pretty mundane, as is the title of my dissertation, just paint on concrete. You then have on the right-hand side all these different imaginations of cycle lanes. And that was just one example of infrastructure, which I took inspiration from. You can see on the bottom left, so cycle lanes, I had cycle lane barriers, parking, general network furniture. On the bottom right, you can see cycle barriers, just thinking how can we create more aesthetic, fun, engaging cycle infrastructure. The last one, as I said, much more interesting, was the drawing stage. So I created these booklets and I sent out, and the double page spread would look like it does on screen. So I'd explain, we have bike lane barriers. So in London at the moment, these are what are called plastic ones. They're absolutely rubbish. They're lightweight, they're cheap, and they're a very temporary solution and really horrible to look at. And I said to the people that are filling out this booklet, come on, have some fun with this. What would you do if you could design your own cycle barrier and put it in London? And the kind of findings I got from this were awesome. A lot of drawings on one page. I must have got back over, I think it was over 90 drawings overall of different cycle infrastructures. And I've just put a few on the screen of examples. And analyzing this is amazing because you had such wide-ranging ideas. And these weren't coming from cycle experts. These are just, everyday people who had a kind of interest in the subject. One key thing is that when you're analyzing these kind of drawings, it's not about the quality of the drawing itself. That is not the point. As much as it's pretty to look at and more colorful ones catch the eye, it's the ideas behind it. And some of these are amazing. You had all sorts of things. You had planters, you had kind of funky lighting, just very simple interventions, kind of jovial speed cameras, that kind of thing. And yeah, it was an amazing range of findings, which I basically put together. Concluding this all, I appreciate this is very quick fire, and happy to answer questions on it after. So the conclusion of this research, I felt this was a kind of starting point of a discussion. As I said, this topic hadn't really been explored officially to date, and I felt that this is a really good base for a discussion, and I wanted to kind of promote this more and more. And things like today, talking about it, albeit very quickly and very rushed, is really exciting that this research is going somewhere. So I think the main takeaway is that we need to be really critical of how we think about cycling and other active travel modes in cities at the moment, how we plan for them, because at the moment it is simply about competing with the car. It's how quick is it to get to A to B, how convenient is it? And I think we should not underappreciate the value of making cycling super attractive, super fun, and something for all people. The shortcoming of the research, I haven't yet. One of my objectives was to try and, develop something out of this, which would kind of, advocate and kind of push policymakers. I haven't yet done that. That's not to say I won't. As everyone probably on this call knows, you're very tight for time when it comes to undergraduate or postgraduate thesis. But yeah, the last point, personal gain. I absolutely love this topic, and I'm really lucky to have said that. I know a lot of people with their dissertations, it can be a slog, it can be, you get sick of the topic. Not the case for me at all. I've loved this, and I now work as a transport and mobility planner with an architectural firm here in the UK, and a lot of this stuff comes up in my everyday tasks, so I've been able to use it. Yeah, that is my presentation done. Hopefully I was under 10 minutes and you're happy to take questions. So that was a really quick snapshot of a lot of data and research, but yeah, hopefully you found it interesting. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Toby. Absolutely,
Pleasure.
your presentation was very interesting. Dr. Mandoor, we can start with you. Please share your thoughts.
Yeah, Toby, this is actually a very interesting and crucial issue, the bikeability in the city. And you tackled, the thesis in a very, scientific and sensual way. It needs it's a good work as a base for a research on a planning basis for bigger scale and cities. I like the work and I congratulate you for that. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Doctor. Professor Park, would you like to share your thoughts?
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Toby, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I love your topic. The cycling, networking is one of the, the rising subject. So it was very fun to see your, passion and especially you really like to develop, in a unprecedented area. We already study. I mean, if you look at the researches, we already look. I mean, lots of people already look at the kind of just generic the area, but you really try to push another boundary, like playing, especially. So that is very key. I mean, that is one of the important key, I guess. So I love to hear that you had a kind of a strategy to find your problems and at the same time ideas from the interview. That is very crucial as well.
Yeah.
But one note that I need to speak is somehow presenting, the kind of a visual a little bit missing. So of course I could see what is your goal and what you really want to achieve. But unfortunately, personally, I think the sketching is not enough, for general publics. I mean, I remember the spread out, the 40 leaflets kind of thing. But again, but unfortunately, I mean, to the general public, maybe they are not really they could understand well, right? How was
Absolutely.
it? I mean, was it successful? I'm a little bit doubt.
Well, yeah, you're spot on. I think drawing as a kind of method is really fun and engaging, and it allows people to be super creative. But you're right in that it's really hard to translate that into kind of wider findings
visual,
that you can take on. Exactly, yeah, because you can't really, as amazing as some of those drawings are, you're not going to take that to, say, a council planner in the UK. Like it's not hard weight evidence. It's very kind of creative side of qualitative research. So that's, as I said, one of my shortcomings from this research, I wasn't able to kind of create a really kind of strong, persuasive argument from it. I just basically, as I said, I kind of started a discussion on it and showed an alternative and what could be. But I think that is still a challenge. I wasn't able to do it in my thesis, but still now I'm looking to trying to think of ways I could maybe advance this and turn it into something a bit more hard weight, I guess, or heavyweight, as you're saying. But thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, your thesis is not ended, so you could just develop it, and then I really hope you continue to work on that specific topic and area, and then look forward to seeing another level of your the study in the close future. By the way, thank you, and the congrats for your graduation.
Thanks so much, appreciate it. Thanks everyone for listening. Cheers.
Thank you, Professor. Dr. Bansal, can you please share?
So I think, Toby, I'm really impressed by the passion you have towards this topic. And I think it's something for me which is very new. I've never thought about cycling and how to add playfulness to that. And that's not only for kids, but for everyone. I really like the idea how you mentioned about your positionality, that how as a white male and a middle class citizen, how do you see it as in how do you think playfulness could be added to it, but how it would be different for the other users? And the ideas of sketching, I thought for beginning, it may be a good start, but I find that it would be very difficult to interpret those sketches. And maybe an average citizen or everyone may not be very comfortable with what they want to express through that. But again, very honest of you to mention the shortcomings of your thesis. And I think this is just the beginning, the stepping stone which you have established. And I am sure that in the coming years, I would see what you have brought. And I think this is this is one of the topics which will really gain a lot of momentum with a start from you.
Yeah, thank you, and spot on. Yeah, thank you for the feedback, and spot on, especially the positionality point. The things you mentioned. I do think play can be a real tool for inclusivity. I stand by that. I think the research I did, it is really open to anyone and anyone to interpret how they see fit. An example where it wasn't was I'd have one interview, and kind of finding from that was, we should kind of come up with really cool lighting schemes and very responsive LED lighting. And then I spoke to someone from inclusive design, and they're like, that is really not good for anyone with any visual impairments or that kind of thing. And so you have to be really kind of, I think that's a broader topic in urban design generally, obviously, like to try and cater for all users. But I do think play is something for that. The other thing you touched on is that a lot of people associate play as being a kind of child-oriented thing and for kids.
Yeah.
And that I kind of really argue heavily against that. I think there's been a lot of literature since COVID on the kind of need for play in cities and tactical urbanism and that kind of things, because what it does is that it alleviates loneliness, isolation, that kind of thing, because you create these kind of spaces that are fun and people feel welcome there, and it kind of fosters community interaction. So that's really important. So, but yeah, and regards to the other stuff, again, appreciate the feedback, and I do hope I can take it forward beyond drawings.
Great, thank you.
Toby, we do have a question for you from the audience.
Oh, great, nice.
Do you think there's a potential conflict between the practical functionality of a cycling network and the incorporation of playful elements? How could this balance be achieved?
Yeah, great question. Definitely. There is a conflict for sure. I think it depends how you view cycling. As I said, a lot of people, their approach to cycling is, this is an alternative travel mode, right? So it's about getting from your starting point to your end destination. For those people where it's very functional, then no, as in like play doesn't really come into it. For those like me who think it should be beyond that and the journey itself matters and there's like an emphasis on the experiential nature of it, then definitely that's where incorporating play is like super important. So yes, there is a conflict, but I do think that conflict can be overcome, and increasingly, like I think people understanding that cycling needs to be seen beyond this kind of really like old school transport planning kind of pragmatic kind of mode. As I said, it needs to we need to start appreciating its really kind of enjoyable elements. So yeah, in answer to your question, in short answer, yes, there's a huge conflict. I do think it can be overcome, but it takes time and people to be like more open to this subject.
So do you think maybe creating a toolkit would help?
Creating a what, sorry, a tool?
Toolkit for this incorporation. Like you have strategies in your mind. You had the sketches which were made by the audience that you created. So creating a toolkit would help
Definitely
solve this issue. Yeah.
That could be a really good way to take this forward, to be honest, a toolkit. Like generally I think that could be really good, because in that toolkit you could still like include all these visual elements and all the drawings and stuff, but have a bit more kind of stronger writing around it. And like, toolkits can be like really easy to follow, and you have it with a lot of kind of urban interventions, as I said, it's tactical urbanism or parklets, whatever it may be, these kinds of increasing trends. I think it could be the same here, just like a kind of playful cycling toolkit. I think they could be really strong. And like, as pretty obvious with this research, it's definitely not applicable to London alone. Like this kind of idea of bringing in play to cycling is applicable to cities all over for sure.
Okay, thank you so much, Toby.
Pleasure. Thanks for all the questions and the feedback. Really appreciate it.
We'll move on to our next presenter. The presenter is Jessica Sella, a postgraduate student from the University of Guelph. It is located in Canada. The title of the thesis is Importance of Play in Urban Design at Canada. So we can start with you, Jessica.
Just a moment, I'm just going to share my screen.
Sure.
Okay, can everyone see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so my name is Jessica Sela, and it's been great hearing everyone's presentations, and I can't wait to hear more. Today, I invite you to embark on a journey that involves into the heart of urban design, human connection, and the magic of play. Please keep in mind that this thesis is more about exploring a concept and providing a unique perspective before the design stage. In our everyday life, play often takes a backseat to responsibilities, leading to reduced happiness and creativity. As a keen observer, I witness a common thread in our lives, the gradual fading of playfulness as we grow. The carefree joy of childhood seems to diminish as responsibilities consume us. The neglect of our inner child chips away our creativity and can affect both mental and physical health. This realization led me to Stuart Brown's compelling words in his book of play. And from reading that book and also watching his TED Talk video, it led me to explore the topic even further. Let's navigate the concept of play in the context of urban design. It's not just about playgrounds. It's the intentional creation of spaces that evoke playfulness, spontaneity, and human interaction. For example, art installation, outdoor games, features that ignite exploration and discovery, where every corner of a city becomes a canvas of engagement. From translating this concept into urban design, I envision two key outcomes. Firstly, to incorporate playful concepts and elements in our surrounding that spark inspiration and an avenue for learning for all ages. Secondly, it was about nurturing community well-being by cultivating vibrant neighborhoods. Third, places, sanctuaries where beyond the confines of work and home, encouraging relaxation, connections, and healthier lifestyles. As I was researching, I came across three main issues. So picture this. Safety concerns such as overcrowded spaces have confined outdoor play for children within city limits. Yet, the irresistible allure of technology has promoted digital distractions that has intruded on real-world connections, affecting both children and adults. Additionally, rapid urban development, although offering many benefits and conveniences, it has also eroded play-friendly spaces, compromising community well-being. Therefore, here is the journey to transform the urban spaces around us by understanding the 4 types of play. Let me guide you through all of them, and I'll explain how they all fit into a bigger puzzle piece. So the first type of play is active play. Active play is all about the physical aspects. So if we take a look at this map of the city of Portland, they have prioritized different types of trails, walkable trails, biking, hiking, all throughout the city. And they've made it easier to access those trails. And by doing that, by making trails more accessible, you can basically promote a healthier lifestyle. And then we have entertainment play. Envision an urban intervention that creates spaces for leisure and enjoyment. Barcelona comes to mind, where public spaces are transformed with art installations and open air performances, serving as third places. And then we have education play. Gardens by the Bay in Singapore is a great example, offering interactive exhibits and sustainable lessons that transform urban spaces into knowledgeable hubs. So educational play can take upon any theme and turn that experience into a learning experience. And then lastly, we have passive play. Battersea Park in London does a good job at this by combining nature, art, and relaxation all together and essentially creating a mindful escape, which is probably something that a lot of us would need after a long day. And then lastly, playful urban design has the power to rejuvenate our spirits, foster connections, and create vibrant communities that enrich our lives. We are not only shaping our cities, but we are also shaping the well-being of our life. Thank you for listening to my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions or comments that you may have.
Thank you so much, Jessica. I would like to ask Professor Park to ask if he wants to share his thoughts or maybe ask something.
Okay.
So I'm just going to stop sharing. Stop video. Oh, okay, sorry.
No, it's fine. Honestly, the order of jury comment is a little bit random, so it is hard to predict, but it's okay. So thanks for the presentation, Jessica. So the motivation is clear, and I agree with your suggestion. It is time to take a consideration of play, as other, the few other applicants already suggested. But my honest, the comment is, it would be great if you, add your own ideas. I mean, maybe in the end. So for now, I cannot really see what is your goal. I mean, what is your actual kind of opinion about your research? I mean, the presentation was clear and easy to follow, but unfortunately, to me, I don't know what you want to achieve. Okay, thank you, and congrats for your graduation.
Thank you.
Professor Park will follow the same sequence now. I'm really sorry. Yeah.
No, it's totally okay. I mean, it's fun to follow. Random, kind of.
I think it
comment.
adds the playfulness in the seminar.
Right.
Yeah, I was just trying to do that.
Yeah, I'm positive, by the way. Thank you.
Dr. Bansal, you can please share your reviews.
Yeah, I think, Jessica, you brought an important topic to the forum. And I think the way we add playfulness and how it impacts our overall quality of life and health is something which is very important. You tried to present it some ideas and some case studies of it. But I think to end, it would really be helpful for us to understand and know that what is your standing or what is your contribution to the overall field like studied about. So I think that is something which was missing and could be added in the end. Otherwise, it's a really important topic, and the way you presented was flawless. So that's a good thing, and thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bansal. Dr. Mandur, please share your thoughts.
Yeah, hi, Jessica. The topic is very interesting, but it needs a lot of elaboration and case studies, which will enhance the thesis itself. But as a start, it's a good work, as my colleague mentioned, for the urban quality of life, and you are tackling a very specific topic. Thank you very much, and congratulations for your dissertation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. So we'll move on to our next presenter. It's Sama Hisham, an undergraduate student from the 6th October University, located in October City, Egypt. The title of the thesis is Urban and Community Development of Abdeen at Cairo, Egypt, guided by Manar Ahmed Al-Gamal, under the theme Urban Renewal. Sama, you can please start your presentation. Yeah, Sama, you can please start.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Hope you all are having a great day. I'm Sama Hisham, a bachelor degree holder student from October 6th University. Me and my team are honored to have the chance meeting you all here today and thrilled to be shortlisted in this competition with our urban and community development project. Starting by defining our project and a little background on it, Abdeen District is mostly famous for its historical stories and lovable residents. So according to this heritage that we can't risk losing, we chose it to develop and revive its history, urban and community. So we started studying its history and evolution over time, urbanly and historically, as shown here in the timeline diagrams. Then studying the territory boundaries, history of streets there as El Compraya Street and Muhammad Farid Street, and studying the most famous landmarks there as Abdeen Palace, and then identifying our study site where our project will occur. And that to finalize the background phase, we analyzed the urban fabric and skyline there, and found out that the roads were on a perpendicular grid, and the urban fabric of Abdeen is a compact fabric. And also by studying the solid and void there, we found out that the ratio of solid is 75% to 25% void, which means increase the buildings and lack of open areas. After getting to know Abdeen District to its background, we had to define our specific goals in this project, which will help us achieve its community and urban development. Our goals were focusing on some points, as enhancing quality of living there, community participation to engage residents in the community and urban process, community and urban development, and taking sustainable development as our main goal to achieve, and focusing on its pillars, which are environment, economy, and social. Completing our methodology, after acknowledging you with a detailed background on the site, to start the urban and social analysis phase, then surveying and analyzing the current status of Abdeen, then extracting the problems, the potentials, and constraints there, and eventually comes the conclusion phase, where we had to decide on a specific strategy and the policies under it, which we found the most suitable for our condition. And through the strategy, we were able to select some alternative solutions that were mostly suitable for our condition, and then evaluating the proposed solutions to choose the optimum. First step we took in analyzing the current status of Abdeen is visiting the site and creating a survey in our area, explaining all buildings' properties, such as their location on the map, and the architectural style there, the building activities, the number of floors, number of units in each one, and the facade status. Then the second step was creating the surveying maps as shown here, explaining the usage of each land and each building, the heights of the buildings, the structure system there, and the status of the buildings. Sorry. And our conclusion for these analytical maps is that the most land usage there was commercial residential buildings. Also, there are some unused lands, and the majority of buildings heights was 4 to 7 floors, with a percentage of almost 69.4%. Also found out that the most common structure system there was column beam system, with a percentage of almost 75%, and the rest was bearing wall structure system. And most of the buildings in the surveyed area are in the intermediate status. And then we did a questionnaire based on the interview we had with the residents to get to know more about the district and about them, what they like there and what they wish were there. The questionnaire was focusing on some points as safety and health, history there, services, and culture. Most of them agreed on some positive points, as the level of protection there was high according to the palace there. The residents there consider each other a family, and some other positive points. But also there were some negative points, such as the renovation plan in El Gumharia Park doesn't suit the locals. Also, they suffer from lack of services there. Moreover, they had some issues concerning interacting with residents with different cultures due to some problems occurred because of that. The last step we took in the analysis phase was extracting the statistics of Abdeen District concerning population, building usage, services providing there, education, marriage, and etc. And after studying, analyzing, and documenting all about our area in Abdeen District, we were able to define the social behavior map and the residents' activities. And we concluded some points, such as people usually sit in front of their shops there, which cause some traffic issues in the pedestrian path. And also some homeless people used to sit and sleep in the garden by the palace here. And then we studied the problems there, whether in urban, environmental, or social aspects, such as underutilization of the garden in front of the palace here. Here's the palace and here's the park. Deterioration of some buildings there. Most of social interaction between residents occur in streets. In addition to our study, we found that the main constraints in our area was the palace, the Abdeen Palace here, and the Gumhuriya Garden, and some other constraints. And the various potentials we thought that would be great chances to take advantage of were the unused garden in front of the palace and the closed workshops and etc. And now with the conclusion part, we were able to select a specific strategy and approaches and policies that were the most suitable in the district's condition, solving the problems found as much as possible, and taking a step forward to exploit the potentials, opportunities, and resources we have in Abdeen. We chose sustainable development to be our main strategy, and the main approach that we focused on was bottom-up approach to promote and boost community participation in the development process. And the most suitable policies in our condition were restoration, reuse, reconstruction, and rehabilitation. Then we started proposing some alternative solutions that were mostly suitable for our condition. Each proposed alternative was focusing on the goals of the project concerning social, cultural, urban, or environmental aspects. And by studying and evaluating the three proposed alternatives, environmentally, socially, and economically, we were able to choose the optimum one. And as shown here, the optimum proposal was focusing on solving most of the problems found there by restoration and renovation of the facades of some buildings, reconstruction of the deteriorated buildings, reuse of some buildings to provide the needed services, also culturalizing and educating the residents. Also focusing on the environmental and sustainability initiatives, such as applying green roofs and solar panels on roofs to help with save energy consumed. And also taking a better care of the gardens there to help with a better social interaction between residents. And most importantly, indulge the local community in the urban regeneration process. And that's it. Thank you, and hope you all enjoyed our project as we did, and we're open for any questions now.
Thank you so much, Sama. Surely we can see a lot of work coming up from your side. So let's call our panelists for their reviews. Professor Park, we can start with you.
Okay, again, the random jury order. So it's totally okay. I'm very positive. It's very fun, by the way. So thanks for the presentation. So far, the amount of your research and survey is very extensive and huge. So I do appreciate your effort and time for surveying and conclusion. So everything sounds reliable. For example, bottom-up strategy instead of top-down strategy. But just to be honest, but just my small comment is, sometimes the students really try to fixing all problems, but I personally think that trying to fixing all problems instead of it, taking the kind of a major idea, the huge, the one, the big idea is better sometimes. So maybe that's maybe if I were you, if I go back to the moment that I studied, maybe I could think about what is my real kind of a thesis. It's a little bit unclear to me. You try to fix everything to me, so it's a little bit unfortunately it is a little bit not easy to follow. But thank you for your presentation and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Bansal, please share your thoughts.
Yeah, thank you, Sama. I see a lot of extensive work which you have done, and I can understand that the whole story brings out a lot of surveys, a lot of mapping, a lot of documentation which has been there. But if I just wanted to know more about it, I found that the way you presented visually, things were not really clear or legible to me when I'm seeing it in a presentation mode. So I think with that limitation, I'm unable to go in depth of the work. Also, as Professor Park mentioned, that to attempt everything which is possible is something where we go more in a horizontal level rather than we go and focus on few concerns and try to address them. So I think that is also something which makes you really follow what you want to do and makes your real specialization to come out. So I think that is something which you can like keep in mind when you're working in the future, that maybe solving all problems equally or focusing on a few in a more depth, that will really make a difference. But very extensive work, and I'm sure it has taken a lot of effort from you and your supervisor. So congratulations on that. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
By the way, thank you, Panza.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Dr. Mandur.
Yeah, Sama, hi. I would like to thank you for this, extensive study. It's a typical, it's a typical planning project that we usually have it in our colleges. Actually, you made it in, in a systematic way. It needed a sort of at the end, and I was expecting to have, for example, a SWOT analysis to have a goal or a, a specific solution. But thank you for the extensive work, and please spread my thanks to all of your colleagues. Thank you, Sam.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mandur. Thank you all for all your comments, and we're definitely gonna put them all in consideration.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Sama. All the best. So we have our next presenter, Shireen Sachin Vaidya, an undergraduate student from Lokmanya Tilak Institute of Architecture and Design Studies, located in Navi Mumbai, India. The title of the thesis is Kaleidoscopic Mumbai, Proposed Event Space at India United Mill Compound 2 and 3 in Mumbai, India, guided by architect Professor Veena Santosh under the theme Urban Renewal. So Shireen, we can start with you.
Just let me know when my screen is visible.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, we can see your screen.
Yeah.
Please put it in the slide mode.
Yeah. Yes, just. Is it visible?
Yeah, all the best.
Yes. So hello everyone, I'm Shireen Sachin Vaidya. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Today I shall be presenting my thesis, Kaleidoscopic Mumbai, Proposed Event Space at India United Mill Compound 2 and 3, which is in Mumbai. And my thesis is done under the guidance of architect Professor Veena Santosh. So Mumbai. Mumbai is a global city where the astonishing energy and spirit of India culminate. Mumbai is big, fast, exciting, and beautiful. The diversity of culture, religion, and social status produces three traits that help define Mumbai's character. To examine the current image of Mumbai, it was very essential to look into the past. Hence, we marked various events in the history of the city that had a significant impact in shaping the image of the city. 1982 textile mill workers' strike and the subsequent shutdown of the mills is considered as a dark mark in the history. Hence, India United Mill Compound 2 and 3 was selected as a site since it is reserved for public recreation and few structures in the compound are conserved under Grade 2B structures. They currently are under renovation as a textile museum, hence they are out of our jurisdiction. The aim of this project is to create an event space that will facilitate people to rethink the image of the city for the city, that will promote the cultural ethos of the city by reviving an urban void, to personify the spirit of the city and become a metaphor for resilience and change. After all the analysis and conceptual development, it was decided to propose a commercial block, an amphitheater, a screening block, and a temporary festival area, all of which collectively will act like a big event space for the city. The commercial block comprises of cafes, restaurants, and clubs on the ground level. First and second floor shall have shops to house various Indian fashion houses to pay an homage to the textile industry of the country. Facade treatment is done to symbolize free India. Use of different materials as per the requirements make the structure visually interesting. The western facade comprises of chain links. They provide protection from harsh sunlight without compromising the visibility. Whereas on the eastern side, weathering steel is used to create a facade pattern which firstly doesn't obstruct natural light and secondly symbolizes that change is the only constant. By looking at this diagram, one can understand the overall scheme of the commercial block. How the idea of form follows function is the base of its design. May it be in terms of addition of central voids to have stack ventilation and visual contact, or placing auditorium on the topmost level to generate a sloping roof that will have solar panels to reduce the load on the electrical grid, or designing the building in such a way that there is cross ventilation as much as possible so as to reduce the use of air conditioning. From section B dash, one can see vertical distribution of the spaces and how peripheral columns help in creating staggered levels. Section A dash show the massing of the block as per the function. It highlights the exhibition space on the first floor, which will bring the concept of temporality inside this block as well and tie the site together while being a visual attraction from the roadside. Amphitheatre can be used during multiple festivals like cultural, literature, art, etc. Not just for the live performances or the talks though. The amphitheatre can also be used to have a light and sound show in conjunction to the museum beside it. Ground floor plan shows ancillary spaces that are moved on the side as the pond acts like a backdrop to the stage. The first floor plan highlights the spillover area for the amphitheatre and the rooftop cafe that faces the water body. The elevator makes it accessible for everybody. The section highlights the seating of amphitheatre, which is not done by traditional cut and fill method as it is near a heritage structure and a water body. This gives us additional area below the seating, which can be used as a parking as well as a storage area to keep all the module pieces when they are dismantled. Mumbai is home of Bollywood. Hence, movies are an integral part of the city. Having a small screening block will act as a primary area during the film festival. Plan shows 7 screening rooms with capacity of 100 each. Along with that, a separate VIP entrance and waiting room is provided along with a press conference area, keeping in mind the requirements of a film festival. This block will be used for film festivals and apart from that can run as a small movie theatre throughout the year. West elevation highlights the emergency exits that are provided to the block along with the large terrace that acts like a spillover area. North elevation highlights the steps that are provided near the temporary setup area. This can be used as an additional festival area in multiple ways. Coming to the site elevation, West elevation highlights the idea of coexistence. Commercial block represents the modern India, whereas the existing mill compound show the history of colonization by British. South elevation is developed considering the existing structure. The replication of form in modern material is to pay homage to the past, whilst the backdrop of contrasting commercial block reinforces the idea that multiple opposing schools of ideologies can be under one roof peacefully. This further pushes the idea of coexistence. So until now, we saw various permanent structures that are under the umbrella of a future event space. But why does the city need an event space? By adding an intangible element to the physical culture of the city, events offer a scenario in which human contacts are possible, and there is semblance of communities through the shared experience of being there. In this sense, events have redefined themselves in the postmodern societies, where they become not only an essential experience in themselves, but also a vital underpinning of individual and group identity. Cultural events such as carnivals and festivals have been a part of the urban scenario since the inception of cities. What has arguably changed in the modern metropolis is the level of professionalization in the organization process and the instrumental use of events to attain wider policy ends. Mapping only select few of the many events that happen in the city, we can conclude that image of Mumbai is also defined by the events that it hosts across the year and throughout the city. Mumbai is a kinetic city. It expands and contracts as and when required. Community celebration is the core of Indian public life. To bring this idea of temperance in public life, a module is developed which can be assembled and connected in different ways to facilitate these temporary events. Indian literature is arguably one of the oldest and richest literature in the world. Hence, to facilitate literature events which are private or very niche in nature, enclosed modules can be developed which shall act like discussion areas or book signing areas, etc. Whereas the stepped seating near the screening block can be used as an open mic area during festivals. Mumbai's love for art and culture is well known across the country, if not the world. Art exhibitions, festivals usually have a linear progression in terms of the circulation. The modules are placed in such a way that there is a linear movement and is ultimately opening up to the central courtyard, which in this case acts like an installation area and cafeteria, which emulates traditional spatial configuration of Indian public places. Mumbai is also famous for its street food. Multiple khau gallis, food lanes if translated literally, exists in different parts of the city. Apart from that, organization of various specialty cuisine food festivals, from local Koli food festival to international food expo. The city celebrates everything. Hence, it is important to transform the site into a food festival complex as and when required. Food brings people together. Hence, the modules are laid out in such a way that they open to the remaining site and create central areas to enjoy the food together. The section passes through festival areas, atrium of the commercial block, and the screening block. The changing nature of the site, depending upon the festival setup and the ancillary activities going on the site, shall bring a fresh and unique experience each time a person visits the site. Hence, we can say new festival is equal to new experience. This is just the beginning though. Possibilities of facilitating various events are endless. Dior arrived in India on March 30th to showcase their fall 2023 collection and made history by turning the gateway of India into a gorgeous ramp. It was regal, elegant, and deeply engrossing. Hence, a chance of conducting a fashion show in a textile mill compound is totally possible in near future. In conclusion, a socio-cultural, functionally diverse, and adaptive event space will cater to the modern ways of human interaction, celebrating festivals and public events, since the spirit of Mumbai, whose social phenomena of celebration is essential to the urban fabric. The design aims to emulate spaces with rich temporal quality and informality that are the roots of Indian public life, and creating spontaneous and momentary responses to these celebratory spaces. The crux of this project is that new ideas and methods of celebration need new infrastructure, which will be an amalgamation of old and new. At its core, this proposal concentrates on sharing the spirit of Mumbai with its visitors. This is done by choosing a location that pays homage to yesterday, celebrates the likings of today, and promotes the endeavors of tomorrow. In a way, honor and frolic the Kal Ajar Kal, that is, the past, the present, and the future. On this note, I would like to conclude my presentation on Kaleidoscopic Mumbai, proposed event space at India United Mill Compound 2 and 3. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Srini. The presentation was really interesting.
Thank you.
Yeah. Professor Park, we can start with you.
Okay. Okay. So thanks for the presentation. The general impression from your thesis is clear and overall visual is promising. But I understand your, the presentation, your thesis within 10 minutes is not really easy, but somehow to me, it is not easy to follow your presentation. I really think about why I having some trouble. The reason is that you're kind of maybe there is no clear way, but your kind of a presentation sequence is a little bit to me is a little bit random. So maybe you could the shuffle the slide. That's my kind of a small recommendation. For instance, you actually propose the amphitheater in the middle of the slide. I mean, in your presentation, but I didn't really understood why you chose abruptly to propose the amphitheater, and you the kind of explain how you design the amphitheater. But in the end, I mean, I totally understood why you did it, because you presented in the end why. So maybe, I mean, I don't know if this is the, the really good way, but I mean, to me, maybe you could a little bit shuffle the presentation, the order. Thank you. And, the congrats for your graduation.
Thank you so much. I'll definitely keep that in my mind.
Thank you so much, Professor Park. Dr. Sunny Bansal.
Yeah. Hi, Shireen. I really liked your work. I liked the way when you were explaining about each block or each intervention, the design narrative behind it. And I think that is something which is very important in how it keeps us connected to the blocks. But one thing which I found that what is the intent of each block or each space which you have proposed? I think that was something which did not come out very clearly, especially in the beginning. And it came somewhere in the end in bits and pieces. But I think why do you need which function in your project? I think that should be spelled out in the beginning, and then you start with the individual blocks or spaces. So I think that reshuffling is what you can do. But the design narratives, the way you were explaining your sections or your plans, so even with the 2D drawings on screen, I think I could visually like visualize those spaces, and I think I could feel that I'm moving through those spaces. So I think that was a very strong point from your side. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Mandoor.
Dr. Mandoor didn't follow that much because I had a telephone and a guy spoke a lot. Sorry for that. So I have no comment. I'm
No
sorry
issues.
for that.
Okay, so
Thank you, Shireen. Thank you, Shireen. We'll move on to our last presentation for today. It will be presented by Vidhi Hans, a postgraduate student from the Chandigarh College of Architecture, Punjab University, located in Chandigarh. The title of the thesis is Re-envisioning the Urban Plazas of Chandigarh, the Case of Sector 43 and Vikas Marg in Chandigarh, India, guided by Sohan Lal Saharan under the theme Urban Renewal. So, Vidhi, all the best.
Is my presentation visible?
Yeah, it's visible. You can just put it on slide.
Okay, yeah. So my thesis topic is Re-envisioning the Urban Plazas of Chandigarh, the Case of Sector 43 and Vikas Marg, Chandigarh, India. So my aim, I started with the study of plazas, and eventually I came to explore the relevance and applicability of urban plazas in the future development of Chandigarh. The objective came out to realize what parameters and attributes could be considered for designing the future ones, and the requirements of the parameters and how to integrate them into an urban plaza for the development of future plazas in Chandigarh, and what approaches can be taken to improve the urban plazas as per the current scenario. Since Chandigarh was designed 60 years ago, there are changes that have happened in the city. And the design considerations, whether it could be the same pattern, the same formula can be used for the planning of the sub-city center of Sector 43, which is still under consideration by the administration to develop it. When we talk about urban plazas, it's always linked to the commercial business districts of the city, where you provide the spatial, social, economical, and the environmental parameters contributing to the city. Unless there's money involved, the rotation of social, economic, and all these parameters do not fall in place. So to consider this aspect of exploring the applicability, I studied the Sector 17 Plaza, the Sector 34 Plaza, and also the malls which were developed in the nearby vicinity of Chandigarh and Mohali and Panchkula. So my site, I would just brief about it over here, is Sector 43, which is in the phase 3 development of the city, and it is adjacent to a village which was there before Chandigarh was built, and it is attached to the major arterial road of the city, which is called as the Vikas Marg. So I started with what is an urban public space. It's a space for all. You can just name it and it is a space for everyone, like children, especially able people, elderly people. It is an outdoor living room. You can just step out of the house and still feel at home with people who you know and with people whom you don't know. And the urban public spaces, which are urban plazas, urban squares. It also includes the water bodies, the urban streets, roads, and pavement. It also includes the urban green parks. But I have considered only urban plazas and squares in my thesis, and these the other urban spaces are the limitations in my thesis. So to begin with, how to start with a city which is designed by Le Corbusier. So I went on to analyze what happened in the global platform and what happened in the Indian platform when the plazas were emerging. So it started with the Greek agoras, the Roman Forum, the medieval market, the Renaissance period, the modern era, the contemporary places, how it evolved. It was already there, but the nomenclature came into picture after a very long time. And similarly in India, what was happening in India when this was being developed in the global world, the Indus Valley civilization, the Khajuraho, the different dynasties in which the temple complexes were considered as the plazas. So all these developments have eventually come up in the global place and the Indian platform. So considering whether what a square or a plaza, is it same or is it different, and how it is formed. So it is an area which is framed by the buildings. So there are different types of squares and plazas which can be considered. The closed square, the nuclear square, where it is a space around a built form. The dominated square, where the square is leading to a space where you want to go and leading to an element. A group square is where you have number of squares to form one larger square and a plaza. So this is how plazas and squares can be described here. So considering the case of Sector 43 and Chandigarh, Chandigarh is a planned city and it has the 3 phases. So every phase has its own arterial road, every phase has its own plaza, every phase has a connection with the other phases of the city. So my sector, it has all the 5 elements which are described by the Kevin Lynch, where the sector, half of the sector is a residential area, half of the sector is a public and semi-public space, and the other part of the sector, the dividing road, which is a village. So the factors contributing to make it a plaza, which I have considered in my thesis, are the social, economical, spatial, and environmental. So if you see the images where a person can access a sports complex, but a person cannot access this road, the Vikas Marg, which is not really meant for somebody who can use a wheelchair. So there's no bifurcation for a person using a car and a person using a wheelchair. These are the facilities which are there in the sector, but they need to be enhanced and need to be upgraded also while providing them for the public. The road network is already planned for Chandigarh, which is a well managed and well maintained network. The methodology for achieving this design thesis was, I considered the orientation of built form, the scale and proportion. Whenever a person is walking into a plaza, you always find the shade places. You want sun during the winters and you want to be in shade during the summer. So there is a play of sun and shadow in this in the plaza. The scale and proportion, you do not want to be lost when you're reaching from one point to the other. So are you really lost there? So that you have to see while designing and scaling plaza proportions. The hard floor surfaces for sociability. Can you really walk on the surfaces that are provided in the plaza? So that also orients you how to walk, where to walk. That may become a play pattern for children and elderly, how to walk. So it may also be used as a text written in the image to direct you for some element in the plaza or away from the plaza. So while walking in the plaza, you definitely might feel hungry. So after an extensive walk, so you need these stopover places within the plaza and also towards the starting point and the end point of the plaza. These things activate the places and also attracts the people. So while considering the design concept, I considered the imageability, the elements of Kevin Lynch, which were the path, node, landmark, edge, and the district, the circulation, how the transition space merges into the surrounding function, the public space transformation, how the area you walk through and how you enter the whole experience. Then the design intervention, which I considered was to be a composite and a mixed land use development, so as to have a wholesome of activities within the space. Since my site is next to an ISBT and a metro transit, it becomes an important node for people to walk through it. I also considered the least conflict area for pedestrians and the vehicular movement within the plaza and at the periphery of it. So considering the existing site plan where this is the site and the 4 parts of the site, there were these important nodes which were considered as the conflicting points. So as you can see, this part has the Judicial Academy of Chandigarh, the High Court. This is a commercial area, so there is less eyes on the street when it is after the working hours. The ISBT is the only active area in this part. So these areas where the site is completely in dark during after the working hours, and the residential area is also not developed completely. The green dot you can see is a green belt that is connected from the sector to sector as per the Chandigarh master plan. So the connection also breaks when this plaza area would come in place. So considering the form also while designing the plaza, Chandigarh is a linear city and all buildings are in a linear form, as you can see. So here I have tried to break the linearity of the form as well while making the plaza buildings. So these are the design interventions when I considered designing the whole site, where I have considered an underpass which is connecting the ISBT and the other sector, sector 52, which has the village area. So the plaza coming there, it is also an extended platform for the village people to have their craft, which could be displayed in the commercial area. They can use them for selling their products. Then this is the intervention where the residences and the plaza, which is with the V4 road, where you can see people can easily access the plaza by just crossing the road. This will be a surface crossing. However, it has to be managed while using it. This is the other 2 intervention where the central part of the plaza, where there is the OIT, the hotel, and how the other land uses have been combined in this site. This is the detail of the building blocks, how the connection can take place between the 2 blocks, and the double-heighted spaces also give a volume to the movement area from one block to the other. So concluding my thesis, urban plazas are must to be included as a necessity for a city life. So the cohesion is well managed between the socio and economic activities. It is also making a way for a transit-oriented development. The inclusivity of mixed land use development is a recommended use of this place. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vidhi. We'll have a final look at what our panelists have to say. Professor Park.
Yes, I'm here.
Sure, sir. Please share your thoughts.
Oh, okay. Yeah. By the way, thank you for the presentation. Where is she? The Vidini? Okay. So overall presentation is good and easy to follow. It is easy to understand the site context as well. Although I'm not used to the Chandigarh area in India, but one of my small comment is there is just some of lacking of details. For instance, everybody easily could say taking daylight amount and the designing a human kind of a scale proportion taking the human centered dimensions, but the designing in specific site is a kind of a different story, and it is not easy. So to me, unfortunately, your proposal seems a bit too simplified. I mean, overly simplified. Maybe next time you could design a bit more with details in each specific areas. For instance, that you need to think how much your design impacts, those adjacent areas and what it means for local people in that area. If you propose, the something. So for now, I mean, the drawing is a little, I mean, I understood, you propose something, for better, of an environment, but unfortunately to me, it's a little bit, too easy solution. So for now, it sounds a little bit, to you maybe sounds a little bit bitter, but in the end, the later or a few years later, you will understand why I comment, to your thesis. Thank you and congrats for your graduation.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Dr. Bansal, can you please share your thoughts?
Yeah. Hi, Vidhi. I think I liked your topic a lot, and the way you started with the history and the broader understanding of the topic. But then the city which you have picked is a planned city, and it's planned by Corbusier. So how do you? I think that brings a lot of challenges to when you're proposing something new in such a setting. So how do you take these challenges up? For example, when you were saying that most of the buildings here are linear, and you tried to break that linearity. So I wanted to know what is the reason for that. Then why do you want to break that linearity? What actually what is the stand you have when you're making this kind of a decision? So I think that is something, that little depth was something which was lacking. But overall, the intention of the project and the necessity of such a study is very important, and I think there you did a justice. So thank you for presentation.
Thank you.
In fact, to what Dr. Bansal said, we have a similar question in our panel. So the question for you, Vidhi, is in what ways did the inspiration for plazas and squares you showed from Europe influence the design and functionality of Sector 17 in Chandigarh? If so, how will you relate it to Le Corbusier's design of Chandigarh?
Yes.
It's already designed on a
I was about
French.
to say that.
It was when I studied the Sector 17 Plaza, I had considered that as a case study. So when I studied in detail about it, it was a group of plazas which are clubbed together to make the Sector 17 Plaza. So of course, I understood that you cannot make one plaza of such a big area and ask a person to walk from this point to this point. So whenever there are buildings involved in a plaza, it also acts as a stopover, as from reaching from one end to the other. Plazas do not have a start or an end point. It's a transition space completely. So between the transition, what best activity that you can create, what invites the person to come to the plaza, is the plaza itself. It's not the open space, but it is the combination of the open and the transition spaces. So definitely it is applicable. And also what sir was asking about the linearity and the breaking the linearity. My intention of breaking the linearity was in a way to learn what can we achieve by understanding the sustainability aspect of the building, also how to create sun and shade pattern within the plaza. So that is how I have come to a design where I started changing the flow of the building and also the movement pattern from one point to the other in the plaza.
Sure. Thanks,
Yeah, okay.
Vidhi. Dr. Mansoor, can you please share your thoughts?
I'll actually ask the question that I wanted to ask, the relation between the Alu Corpusy design and the proposal. Okay, thank you. It's a good study. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So this brings us to the end of today's session. So I would really ask all the audience if they have any questions so that we can have our panel discussions started. There's one question that I have received from Jessica, for Jessica. Jessica, are you there? I guess she isn't here. So I'll just share the vote of thanks. So first of all, thank you to all the participants and the panelists for joining us today and sharing their insightful presentation and theses with us. Thank you so much. And we are at the juncture of our last session. So I would like to know all of your perspectives and how your day was, because I had a wonderful time looking at the 9 presentations that we had today. Panelists, you can please share your thoughts and your insights from today's experience.
Yeah, can I start?
Please, sure, sir.
Okay. So I think first of all, I would like to thank the whole UDL team for having me here and for wonderfully organizing this session. I think it was very seamlessly planned, and it took place in a very meticulous and very time-bound manner. I think that is something which is very good. A big thanks to all the participants, to all the presenters, because there are differences between the 9 presentations which we saw. But one thing which was common, that all of them had something which was they had some passion in them, and they had something, some kind of a new or innovative idea which they wanted to bring to the platform. So there might be variety in the depth they went into, but I think the intent, everyone had a very good intent when they were presenting their thesis, and presenting the thesis in a very like the work which they have done over months or almost a year sometimes, presenting that in a given time slot of 10 minutes is something which is very very crucial and very challenging. So I think all of them did a great justice there. And last but not the least, I would also like to thank my co-panelists. So I think it was a wonderful experience to hearing their comments and their perspectives. One general comment I would like to give to the presenters mainly is, when you're presenting your work to a wider audience, especially regionally wider audience, I think giving a little more perspective about your city or your study area which you are taking, I think that really helps for the panelists to understand your project better, because we all have our limitations when we are talking about different locations all around the world. So I think that if that also is there in the presentation, I think that helps us to connect easily. So I think that is the one overall suggestion I have for the presenters. But overall, I had a wonderful time, and I have a lot of new ideas in my mind coming up, which I'm going to take further for sure. So thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, sir. It was great having you in the panel today. We are really honored from the team of UDA. Thank you so much. Professor Park, would you like to say something?
Yes, it's time to wrap up today. As Dr. Bansar, said, I was really enjoying, to see all the students, that did this publication. I generally, overall, I do agree what he commented. Within the limited time, there is no way to understand quite easily. So all your students have to keep in mind how you present within the 10 minutes. So that is it. And then I'd like to say thank to the UDL, the 2023 publication. It was such a nice the opportunity, and also it is to me it's a such a privilege, the kind of opportunity as well. So thank you for the invitation, and I do agree. Your kind of organization, the process, the in a timely manner was very well organized. So it was easy to follow. Although I missed the opportunity, the opening session yesterday. Unfortunately, I'm also the teaching at school, so it is really follow to attend the all opportunity. So sorry about it, but next time if you give another chance, maybe it would be great as well. And also I do like to say thank to all the participants and applicants. Maybe all of them are just watching and just listening what panels are saying, but maybe within 10 years or 15 years you are gonna become a panelist, and then you are gonna become an urbanist or professors or architects. So please be positive and continue to study your interest and your thesis. So there is just some moment to shine your work and study. Thank you again.
Thank you so much, sir. And we really look forward to collaborating in the future as well.
Yeah.
Dr. Mandur, please.
Finally, really, I enjoyed really the concept of the overall idea itself. I like the students and their eagerness to present their work in a 10-minute limited time. As Park said, for the students, they have to keep the spark on, and in the future they will sit on our chairs. We will get older and older, and they are the future. But we will be also the guide for them. I thank you all for the very well organized team, and actually I enjoy the respect, and I'm honored to be with Tani and Park and with you, of course. And thank you very much. And I'm anxious and waiting for the publication itself. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. We are glad to have you. We have a very special guest today, a researcher, PhD researcher, Nicola sir. Sir, please, we welcome you here. Please share your thoughts. I hope you had a great time listening to all the presenters today. Sir, are you there? Maybe till then we can take up a question that we have from the audience, and anyone from the panel can answer to this question. especially the participants. So, are there cultural factors that influence how different societies perceive the importance of play in the urban environment? How might cities tailor their approaches accordingly? So, this is something related to the urban environment and talking about the play factor. Anyone from the audience can please participate and share your thoughts on this.
Yeah, I think it's a question that was for Jessica, I guess. So I think Jessica is not here in the meeting. So maybe we can, if there are no questions anymore, or maybe we can conclude our session given we are almost at the time for the session break. Like yesterday, we had missed the session break. So maybe today we can start early.
Yeah, sure. And Nicholas sir is also not responding. So let's see.
Yeah, he attended yesterday, so he must be.
Jessica has replied. Jessica, you may maybe answer in the chat box and we can.
Hi,
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah, we can.
There was a disconnection. I was trying to get that fixed. Yes. So to answer the question, do you think there's a potential conflict between practical? That's like in a comment.
No, that question is it for you?
Internet
You want me to repeat the question? Jessica, maybe you want me to repeat the question for you?
Yes, because I didn't hear it. There was a internet disconnection.
I'll just read it again. So, are there cultural factors that influence how different societies perceive the importance of play in urban environments? How might cities tailor their approaches accordingly?
Yes, so it would definitely depend on definitely on cultural factors, on how plays perceived and what elements would be incorporated in wherever you are in the world, making it more authentic to where you're currently residing.
Okay, thank you so much, Jessica. So lastly, I would like to thank all of our panelists. Thank you so much, Dr. Mandur, Dr. Bansal, and Professor Park. It was really great having you, and we look forward to our future collaborations as well. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you. Thank you,
Thank you.
Pragya,
Have
for
a great day.
wonderfully moderating
Thank
the
you.
session.
Thank you so much, sir.
So I would just like to add something to this from the UDL. Maybe I would first like to thank the panelists and the participants who has actually presented today. And not only that, I would like to remind that we will begin again at 7 p.m. IST, which is 9:30. Which is 1:30 p.m. in UTC, which is Coordinated Universal Time. So maybe we can connect again at 7 and begin with the presentations for urban renewal relating and paneled by Dr. Amita Sinha, Dr. Daniel Fieldman, and architect Martin Zokran. So I think we can all join back and hopefully enjoy the remaining presentations for the session 2 for the day 2. Yeah, thank you so much for joining us, and hope it becomes an encouraging and continuous discourse of discussions that we are having today related to the urban environment.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye all.
Bye, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Very warm welcome to this UDL Thesis seminar, where we are gathered to delve into the captivating theme of urban renewal. I'm Akansha Ruchi Horo, your seminar host for this session, and it's an honor to stand before you today. As I stand here on the cusp of graduating from the School of Planning and Architecture, Bhopal, with the master's degree in architecture specializing in urban design, I am humbled by the opportunity to guide us through this enlightening exploration. Urban renewal, as we know, transcends mere architectural refurbishments. It embodies a complex and multifaceted endeavor to rejuvenate the very fabric of our urban environments. It is a testament to our commitment to not only safeguard the legacy of heritage structures and districts, but also to breathe into new life forgotten corners of our city. This grand endeavor necessitates a thoughtful interplay between redesigning spaces to meet contemporary needs while preserving their rich historical narratives. Our chosen theme accentuates the pursuit of elevating and revitalizing metropolitan landscapes. In this undertaking, we embark on a transformative journey that envisions cities as a dynamic organism responding to the evolving requirements of their inhabitants. Urban revitalization, in its essence, seeks to harmoniously blend the old with the new, infusing vitality, innovative design, and essential infrastructure. It is through these efforts that we reanimate structures and neighborhoods of yesterday years, granting them renewed purpose and significance in the modern urban landscape. So as we navigate through the presentations, discussions, and interactions, I encourage you all to engage actively and thoughtfully. Without further ado, let's begin with the second session, Urban Management, which will be paneled by Dr. Amita Sinha, Architect Daniel Feldman, and Architect Martin Jogren. I request all the panelists to introduce themselves, or if they have to say something to the participants. I'd like to start with Dr. Amita. Ma'am, you are on mute.
Hello, good morning. Thank you for inviting me to be a panelist. I look forward to the presentations and to the discussion. I am a former professor of the Department of Landscape Architecture at the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign, and I have worked extensively on cultural landscapes of India, especially sacred landscapes. I'm very much interested in urban forms and processes, and I think the presentations today are kind of interesting enough for me to give my feedback and offer some constructive suggestions.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I'd request Architect Daniel Feldman to introduce himself. Architect Daniel, sir, are you there?
Yeah, we are in actually contact with Daniel, but I think he's facing some trouble related to Wi-Fi. So maybe he can join in maybe 5 minutes or so. We can continue with maybe Martin. He's here. I think he would like to say something.
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Martin.
Excellent. Good morning, everybody, and thank you for inviting me to join this presentation today. I'm a former professor of urban design at the Graduate School of Design at Harvard University in Boston, Massachusetts, and currently a principal of urban design at Sasaki Associates, located in Boston as well. I work across the globe and nationally here in the United States on large-scale redevelopment efforts by both public and private sectors, working on campus plans, institutional master plans, downtown plans, as well as developer-driven redevelopment plans at all scales. I too am very interested in urban systems and the way in which landscape and cultural heritage is incorporated into new urban environments. And I look forward to the presentations today. Again, thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, sir. So let us start with the presentation. Let us embark the journey of this intellectual exploration and discovery. And with this, I invite you to our first presenter. The upcoming thesis is going to be presented by Mark Angelo, an undergraduate student from Far Eastern University, Manila, located in Manila, Philippines. The title of the thesis is Transforming the Bogota Public Market and Fish Port into an Integrated Communal Urban Space. At thesis location, Manila, Philippines, guided by architect Don Johnson Lontoff, architect Anna Loran Evangelista, and architect Kenneth Chia under the theme Urban Management.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, ma, audible.
Yeah, I want to start. Okay, good day. I'm Angelo Mendoza, and this is my thesis entitled Big Kiss, which is transformed by public market and fishport into an integrated communal urban space. So what makes a great place? This place is very significant to me since my mom always reminded me that I should stay by her side. Um, because she always thinks that I might get lost, uh, dirty, or any bad things that could happen to me. So she actually had a point. It as growing up, it made me realize that there is a problem in the face of a public market. From then until now, if not in the whole country or in the whole world, but in my own town. So together, let's imagine what future public market could be. Although there are many outstanding palengke in the Philippines, meanwhile, in the Bukay public market, there's a series of development that had taken place because of differing political perceptions, but only its external factors has been considered without improving its functionality. So before that, let's go back to the town itself. The town of Bukay has a blue open spaces, obviously the Bukawi River, and the green open spaces is only limited to the barangay basketball courts, small municipal plaza, and the Ciudad de Victoria, which is inaccessible to the public. According to the Department of Trade of Industry Resilience Indicators, that the town has a poor local risk assessment, poor disaster risk reduction plan, and lacking of a land use plan, ranking them to 125th in terms of resiliency. So we can also see here the flooding map of the town, which we can see how vulnerable the town is in terms of flooding. But zooming in, we can really see the site location that there is no any flood risk at all. To support that claim, the municipal engineers also said that it has a high elevation that cannot be flooded. So this is the land use plan of the town. The Bukawi Public Market and Fishport is located at the major center or the urban growth of the town. Going to the regional infrastructure, the three mode of transportation is present adjacent to the site. First, the land transportation, which is the North Luzon Expressway, the North-South Commuter Railway, and the major road itself. For the water transportation, the town is envisioned to have a ferry station nearby the public market that connects every barangays going to the Manila International Airport, which will be the last mode of transportation, which is by air. So with all of this, the question is, what architectural strategies can bring back the publicness of the place, increase the quality of life of the people surrounding by it, a resilient infrastructure, a master plan strategy, and a flexible public space for people. So we all know Bjork Ingels, right? Bjork Ingels once said that the sustainable architecture is not only good for the environment, but it increased the quality of life of the people inhabiting them. Or in other words, they call it the hedonistic sustainability. So in the figure of speech, it is more likely an oxymoron, whereas these two contradictory terms appears into in conjunction. In the Bukay public market and fishport context, it is an oxymoron because we wanted to create a public space in a public market. The site is located at a suburban area but surrounded by an urbanized city. We wanted to create a structure but looks like a clustered community or neighborhood. We wanted to be open but still secured. And we also wanted it to be a modernized public market, but it's still inspired to the or rooted to the historical past. And we wanted to maximize the minimum amount that was given to us. So here are the form evolution. Maybe to summarize, the public market is inspired by the community, and the esplanade becomes this journey of the people going to the fishport, which depicts the Pagoda Festival, which is one of their famous cultural events. So for the research focus, I also used this oxymoronic framework, whereas in every revitalization, we often use the placemaking since we wanted to gather information for the stakeholders. But for me, I divided it into two parts, which is to be resilient and to socialize. For resiliency, I needed to provide an emergency facility and an esplanade. In socialize, we need to improve the quality of life and connect the people to nature so that we can form a socially resilient infrastructure. So this focus is divided into 5 applications. First is the resiliency. So if this development is intended to be a prototype of the whole riverside resiliency, maybe we can provide some urban design guidelines to the whole development. Next is the partners. We interviewed formal and informal agents, whereas the formal agents is the professionals, such as architects, engineers, and the government itself. And the formal agents are the household, the community. And these architectural features that they gave to us is it is transposed into a to the power of 10 plus, which a 10 plus activities for make the city a great town. Next is the place branding. So the Bukaw has many things to be proud of, including their culture, livelihood, and products. So it is not easy to give them this branding since they called it themselves as the Bukawi River Town Wonders due to the vibrant life that occurs along the river. And lastly, the wayfinding so that it became more accessible and recognizable. We apply wayfindings from floor to ceiling. So here's the master site development plan. We can see here that there is a 12-meter road right of way, which is the major road, and 6-meter right of way going to the town proper. And the blue hidden lines are the existing road that connects the two infrastructure. And the yellow dots are pedestrianized and only slow mobility bicycles are accessible. So when we look at the bigger scale, it really looks like a neighborhood. But whereas the ground floor plan, the second floor plan is very permeable and public oriented. It may look like an individual buildings, but it's actually a continuous working environment. So we can see here some of the perspective, whereas the design is inspired by 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 the bamboo texture design since it is abundant to the town. And we also use an recycled aluminum perforated panel that creates an art, depends on how big or how small the hole is. So this the floor plan of the fishport. We basically use some of the basic elements of the pagoda, which is to be more engaging and encouraging as possible. So this is the sustainable section on how the building performs. And we can also see here the water level, that it is evident that it can be a venue for such a cultural event or other activities. So in the end, instead of the public market being a symbol of some sort of pollution, suddenly it will now become a celebration of success. That every time we go to the public market, we can say that this is us because of the distinct cultural identity that is embedded to the design. It will now become an urban connector, a cultural destination, and a gathering place for both local community and visitors. So together, we reimagine what future public market could be, if not in the whole world, but in the town of Bocaue. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mark. Now I'd like to request Architect Daniel to share his thoughts on the presentation.
I don't know, can you guys hear me? I don't know if my Wi-Fi is good enough.
Yeah, audible.
Oh, awesome. Thank you. I'm sorry I was late. I struggled a bit trying to log in and stuff as one does. Thanks for the presentation. It's really exciting to see how there's an attempt for a cultural understanding of the place based both on traits but also on footprints of the urban existence. I really appreciate also the way that you understand that this point can be more than just a point. It's a connection, it's a route, it's kind of a focal element from where many radial aspects of urban life can develop, and retaining the idea of the fishing, I think, is really important. It's, I think, a simple design that focuses more on the urban equation more than the architecture, and in that sense, I think it's a successful urban design project.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Architect Martin to share his thoughts.
Yes, happy to. Thank you for that presentation. I remember, seeing this submittal before and reviewing the project, and I thought that it touched a number of scales, both from sort of the resiliency scale regionally to the urban design scale, as Daniel mentioned. Then also down to the architectural scale, in which the building itself is broken up into a series of pavilions, reducing the overall scale and creating, I think, a sense of intimacy, or at least of belonging for those people who could be coming to the market itself. I think as a typology, the urban market as a public space that's has a functional requirement in terms of the moving and selling of goods and processing those pieces, is an exciting typology, as something which is well known both sort of culturally and functionally within a city. And so it's a great sort of starting place for the creation of a new type of public space, as we've seen for many places around the world. And the challenge really is maintaining the functional aspects, which largely occur probably on the ground floor, with truck access as well as the movement of goods, along with sort of this rich public realm on the upper levels. And so the movement of people to those upper levels and then back down through the building itself, I think works quite well to both separate and celebrate those two functions. I think the edge along the river is quite strong as well, and that the fish port, being a separate building, is still pulled into the overall composition via the landscaping and treatment of the public space. I think the colors are celebratory and feel like a real public gesture for the project more generally.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I'd like to see Dr. Amita ma'am to add something.
Yes, I was looking at your presentation before, and I think what you presented today was more detailed version. I was interested in two things. One was placemaking, which means that the occupants and users have an opportunity to leave a mark, change the place according to their changing requirements. And the other thing that I was interested in, the image of fish market is a very crowded place. It's a noisy, crowded place. And this is a large facility, and you've done a very good job with developing a program, I'm sure, and translating it into specific areas and thinking about it, things like wayfinding. But in such a crowded place, how do you manage? How do you manage the movement of people such that there are no choke points, or there is not, an occasion where there are too many people in one spot, and there is a kind of blockade, and also to and in dealing with emergencies. So one very big aspect of resiliency is the ability to recover from unforeseen events. So I don't know if there's time for you to kind of answer, respond to these comments, but I'd like to know briefly about placemaking, crowd control.
About okay, pardon me, what's the basic question?
So if we can just talk a little bit about placemaking and how your design allows for changes and alterations with response to changing situations over time.
So first, I've interviewed many people, such as the government, the formal agents, the informal agents, whereas they gave such this feedback on how can they help on designing the revitalization of the public market and Fishport. So with those ideas of the formal agents and the informal agents, so as I discussed it earlier, I use this oxymoronic framework, or this oxymoron, this common denominator in these two worlds. So I've combined or have this idea of having the general public and the professionals to handle to come up with this placemaking idea. So
okay, so it's then a combination of like top down and bottom up
yeah.
approach. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, and once again for the presentation. The next thesis is going to be presented by Bhumika Batra, an undergraduate student from the Amity School of Architecture and Planning located in Noida, India. The title of the thesis is Revitalization of Moti Mohalla and Converting It into an Eco-Hamlet in Kashmir, India, guided by architect Dinisa Jain under the theme Urban Renewal.
Hope I'm audible. Hello.
Yeah, your voice is not very clear.
Is this better?
Yeah, yeah.
So have you ever imagined living in the middle of a lake with huge majestic mountains all around you, where there are no roads to connect you and no concrete pathways to constrict you, but just water as far as the eyes can see? It sounds beautiful, right? Well, that's the life of people living in Dal Lake. Good evening, everyone. I am Bhumika Batra, and I very recently graduated from Amity School of Architecture and Planning. And my thesis topic is revitalization of Moti Mohalla, located in Dal Lake, and converting it into an eco-hamlet. Now, Dal Lake, located in Srinagar, the summer capital of Jammu and Kashmir, India, is one of the most visited tourist locations in this area. It is also known to be the jewel of Kashmir, since majority of the city is seen to be developed around it. The lake extends to about an area of 22 square kilometers and currently holds a population of more than 50,000 people, thus making it one of the largest floating water bodies in the lake. Now, the way the people stay over here is that either in the form of water, that is on houseboats, or they stay on land in the form of floating villages. And they're often seen to be following occupations like fishing, agriculture, shikara, or tourism, thus making lake their only source of livelihood. Now, as the population around the lake has grown, so has the population living on the lake as well. which has resulted in large amounts of sewage being directly dumped into the lake. Not just that, since it's a major tourist spot, a huge amount of solid waste is also seen to be floating on its water bodies. All of this has resulted in shrinkage of the water body, along with excessive growth of weeds and an overall deterioration of the water quality over here. Now, what has the government done for it? So in the 1970s, the government came up with the scheme of rehabilitation and resettlement of dull dwellers, which basically means to relocate all of the people staying in the floating villages to another location. Now, this scheme came with its own set of problems. One being that the location where they were being relocated was far away from their lake and at the same time had little to no amenities. And since their lake has been their only source of livelihood for so many years, it was very hard for them to be able to find employment opportunities outside. So this scheme has been going on for the last 30 years and has recently been put to halt as it's seen that majority of the people have resulted in coming back to the lake. Now, the question that really arises here is, can we truly preserve the lake without preserving the life of the people who've nurtured it for centuries? After all, these are people who've been coexisting with the lake for the last 250 years. So the overall thesis can be divided into 4 major goals. 1 is the conservation of the lake. 2, promoting sustainable tourism. 3, preserving the community. And then in the end, to revive indigenous cultures that were present over there. So this is a zoomed in image of the Dal Lake, where you can see all the floating villages that are located over there. Now, the government has currently identified 59 hamlets that are located. And as a part of this thesis, my job was to pick one of these hamlets, study it, analyze it, and then come up with solutions for its overall development. At the same time, look at ideas to convert it into an eco-hamlet. So the hamlet that was selected was Moti Mohalla. Again, the criteria of selection was based on the overall land area, the population that this hamlet held. So the current, if you see the map on the left-hand side, this is a map of Moti Mohalla, where you see the white is the land and the green patches are the floating villages around, which are basically used for agriculture by the people staying here. I personally visited this hamlet on 4 different occasions in the year, but just to understand the kind of livelihood they have, the tourism aspect, and the weather conditions of this area. So I've added pictures that have given a little idea about the landscape, the community, and the built infrastructure of this hamlet. Furthermore, as a part of study, my job was to map this hamlet. And here I did an overall mapping of the built infrastructure, the kind of activities that were taking place, the building condition of the hamlet, building conditions over there, and also a deeper understanding of the kind of heritage that this hamlet holds. I further documented the households that were located over there also, again, to get a little idea of the kind of spaces that the people staying over there require, and also to get a deeper understanding of the kind of construction techniques that they use there. So now finally, after this, my idea was to look at pockets of land in this hamlet where I could introduce infrastructure in the form of overall development, especially from the community angle, and at the same time look into tourism aspect as well. When I say community, I'm looking at infrastructure like schools, dispensaries, community centers, library areas. And when it comes to tourism, I'm looking at light and sound show, guest houses, a tourist trail. So the idea started off by first strengthening the major spine of the hamlet by positioning all of the community related activities along the major road of the hamlet, and then placing a tourist trail on the outskirts of it. Now, the tourist trail was again made keeping in mind the privacy of the people over there and the views that were available in this hamlet. So this is a site plan of the overall hamlet. Now, not only infrastructure was introduced, but at the same time, a lot of urban aspects were looked into it while I was studying about the kind of livelihood and the activities that are usually seen. So special areas for segregation of all the crops that they gather, and at the same time, green areas and gathering areas for the people over there was introduced in the site plan. Furthermore, I've also added pictures, added detailed drawings of the kind of infrastructure that I introduced over here. And this was again done keeping in mind the weather conditions over there, and at the same time, the spatial requirements which would be required. Furthermore, now this area falls in seismic zone 4 and at the same time is also extremely prone to flood. So any kind of infrastructure that is introduced on this hamlet has to be made sure that we are looking into these two factors. So in the form of construction technique, I went back to an age-old Kashmiri construction technique, which is Dhaji. And I combined that with tuck. So this is a form of construction where you see wood frames, which are usually filled with either mud or stone. Now, this not only is earthquake proof, but at the same time, overall reduces the overall impact on lake. Furthermore, when I went over there, I saw that majority of the people felt like they should have their house made of bricks and stones, and masonry was their only form of construction that they knew. So a housing kit, again with the construction technique of Dhaji and Tak, was introduced as a part of this thesis to give them an overall idea of the kind of houses they could have, which will overall help in preserving the lake on a larger scale. Furthermore, I also looked into conserving the lake by introducing STPs, since like a large amount of the sewage is being dumped directly into the lake. So introduction of STPs, while also looking at other indigenous activities like barley straw, which was used earlier, but is currently disused due to certain reasons. And then I look into the kind of buffer areas that are located over here for this lake. While since this is a cold lake, also looking at restoring the inflow outflow channels and then introduction of aerators, along with a repair of the kind of STPs that are located here. And finally, to involve the community in an overall conservation of the lake by giving them job opportunities in lake cleaning departments, and at the same time use the aquatic weeds that is located over here in the form of handicrafts. And with this, I come to the end of this presentation. And I think what's really important to understand is that this is not just a water body, but a living system that supports a large amount of people. So when I talk about conserving the lake and looking at it from an urban perspective, we're not just conserving a water body, but conserving the very soul of humanity. Thank you.
Thank you, Bhumika. Thank you for the presentation. Wonderful presentation. Now I request Architect Martin to share his thoughts.
Absolutely. Again, thank you for that presentation, and what a remarkable environment, socially, culturally, ecologically, all of those coming together. I thought the presentation was very clear, and that's a difficult thing to do in such a short time, but you were really able to touch upon sort of the overall sort of ecological setting and describe the problems with the current growth and pollution of the lake itself, along with sort of the basics of the social infrastructure which is in place. I think there is an emphasis on the tectonics of the architecture, which was very clear in terms of the building construction typologies. But I think with more time, it would be great to understand a little bit more about the social infrastructure, the ecological remediation. And then one question I might have is how you see the interface between tourists and the local inhabitants. And you chose to put the tourism trail in between the villages and the agricultural fields in a sort of a yellow line that you drew on the page there. And I was just curious about what that interface is and whether one would feel like it was in the way of the other. And what is the sort of the nature of tourism and how can it actually benefit the community?
So the lake normally receives a large amount of tourists anyway, but this part of the lake, you don't usually see a lot of people going to it. So the idea was to bring some amount of people over here and to, again, the main idea behind it was to generate income for the people staying here. And when I'm talking about so basically agriculture over here is done through shikaras and boats. So they're not directly connected to the hamlet. So the idea of the trail was to just give them a view of the floating gardens while they're on the hamlet. So the agriculture wouldn't get affected anyway. So.
Interesting. Yeah, thank you for that. That's good perspective to hear. But I thought it was a very thoughtful overall presentation. And, again, some of the aspects of the lake ecology, I think, are critical. And, that would be something I would go back and take a look at even more, because that is the fundamental sort of a dynamic here for the overall. But thank you so much for that presentation. Very interesting project.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I'd request Dr. Amita to share her thoughts.
It's a very comprehensive and a very clear presentation. I was able to follow all the steps that you had outlined. I was wondering about the lake itself, and your before and after showed that the lake waters will be clear and there will be more of the water in the lake. So as I understand, this is a dynamic landscape, like in flux all the time. And so the edge between land and water is always moving, depending on how much, I don't know if the monsoons really make a difference there, or if it is the snow melting. But that edge is always moving. And they have created a hamlet, which is it seems like a stable land, and they have lots of buildings. By the way, I also understood the architectural typology very clearly from your sketches. So this shifting edge between water and land, and the floating gardens or the floating farms, isn't there an inherent tension between wanting to cultivate more and more, and then spreading, so that all of this becomes a huge floating garden, and we really don't see water anymore?
I hope that doesn't happen. But
It doesn't happen. Okay, the lake is quite large.
Yeah, no, but the idea was, so there are rules by the government which doesn't allow them to expand further, and the overall mapping was also done keeping that in mind. And like the government itself is looking for ideas to look for solutions with in situ rehabilitation. So the idea was to look at hamlets with whatever that was there at the moment. But I agree there is obviously a chance that population could grow, and there could be a scope of it expanding further. But my idea was to look at the people who were staying there at the moment. But I mean, I should have definitely looked at other aspects of what would happen if the hamlets are grown further and if people want to encroach the lake more. So that's something I haven't really delved into.
Yeah, but you have addressed the pollution in Dal Lake, and you have suggested, aerators, and there are probably other ecological techniques, that would help along with the, I don't know if really a STP can be built in a hamlet, but this is a pressing problem, and shrinkage of lake is also a pressing problem, as I understand. Anyway, thanks much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I request Architect Daniel to share his thoughts.
Of course. Thank you for the presentation. It's one of these projects and presentations where I end up feeling like you are on the path or on the brink of something really great, and I kind of pick up on something that Martin said in that sense, because you kind of lay out the problems very clearly. There's a pollution aspect, there's a flooding aspect, there's the earthquake aspect, and there's a livelihood aspect. And regarding the earthquakes, you kind of go for the tectonic, and that helps. For the livelihoods, you try to suggest the preservation of the agricultural, introduce the touristic as a way of fomenting other types of livelihoods. And then the pollution, there's this kind of mention of the different techniques that can be utilized. But I feel like actually the project could be like the joining of all of these, because right now it's these paths that will foster tourism and will help on the livelihood aspect of the four problems you mentioned is a positive strategy. But there's always a risk when you just focus on that one, or on just one aspect or just one solution, that if pollution isn't controlled, then tourism won't go, or if pollution isn't controlled, then agriculture will decrease in quality and quantity, and so all the other aspects would end up being affected. And so what I think you have in hand right now is all the different pieces necessary to propose one kind of broader, more more robust, holistic solution. And I think the key is actually the pollution aspect. And mentioning the strategies is a great first step. And kind of seeing the image of the small scale plant at the end allows you to kind of understand that it's doable at a local scale, and you don't have to create this, I don't know, suburban massive facility to deal with pollution. But if the urban design of what you're suggesting for the tourism is actually infused with the strategy of dealing with the pollution, maybe pollution isn't just one plant in one point. Maybe there's a different way of dealing with pollution in a more kind of systemic, long scale or larger scale way that is phased, that has many steps, and it becomes kind of a process more than just one point. And that, I think, could be an amazing ingredient for a very robust urban design project proposal.
Right, right. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Bhumika. The third presentation is going to be presented by Sambhavi Mishra, an undergraduate student from the APJ School of Architecture and Planning, located in Greater Noida, India. The title of the thesis is Abandoned Bridge as a Public Realm at thesis location Prayagraj, Uttar Pradesh, India, guided by architect Kanika Verma under the theme Urban Renewal.
I hope my screen is visible.
Yeah, it's clear.
Okay. Greetings, respected jury members, panelists, and attendees. Thank you, Urban Design Lab, for giving me the opportunity to present my thesis, which is Abandoned Bridge as a Public Realm, Reimagining Lord Curzon Bridge. So Lord Curzon Bridge in Prayagraj city of Uttar Pradesh is a tier 2 city with historical and religious importance, has this 117 years old bridge, which is a lattice girder bridge spanning 914 meters over River Ganga. Made by the Britishers and named after the viceroy of that time, it was designed to accommodate railways on bottom and motorized vehicle movement on top deck. The approaching road that reach the bridge on either sides create the separate campuses along the river edges. After the construction of new bridges for road on the left, which is a national highway, and bridge for railways on the right, Lord Curzon Bridge got obsolete, restricting any kind of vehicular or train movement over it since 2018. According to the new 2031 proposed master plan of the city is spreading across the river. The aim of this project is to restore this historically relevant bridge as a plug-in to the growing urban fabric of the city of Prayagraj and developing it as a public realm that is a place for people having this unique 360-degree view of river Ganga through an elevated area. So the inspiration for this project is tied closely to my memory. I am a native, and for 8 long years, I saw this bridge regularly to reach to my school across the river. I remember as the Greens approached, I used to press my face against the window of my bus to get the first glimpse of the river. I found the structure strange since it was red and so huge. At times, it frustrated me as it blocked my view of passing trains through the bridge on the other side. I even learned riding a bike on the same bridge. As a kid, I used to humanize everything. The bridge in my world was this old, imposing man who served his family but still has this pride. However, years after, when I went back home, my perspective was absolutely altered. I saw an elderly figure inviting the surrounding with weakened open arms. The rustic and futile form having wild landscape on both ends, but is accepted by neighborhood population as a public space frequented by pedestrians. So this made me curious. I went down, observed people, tried talking to them. I met this wonderful lady who told me that her children, when they were young, came to Lord Curzon Park next to the bridge. But now the space has encroachment. Seasonal pond, which is formed due to the elevated approach road and railway track, is used by these illegal occupants for sanitation. Also, the wild trees forms a lot of nooks and corners that create an unsafe environment for the area. I even met a student from Allahabad University who came to the bridge with his friends to refresh their mind. He told me how High Court ordered against the decision to dismantle the bridge taken by railways and handed it over to UP Tourism Department in 2018 for its preservation as a engineered marvel. Since then, there have been multiple talks and news articles about the usage of the bridge. So this is the site, and the approach to identify right outcome for the demarcated site with the identified issues of safety, approachability, encroachments, and natural and man-made clutter was based off 3 questions. First, the history, how it actually connects. Second, the city, what is missing and what is the future goals. And third, and most important, what the people actually want. After looking at history, the rapid urban growth resulted in areas with very few or no open spaces, which made people of the neighborhood accept this bridge as a breathing open space to socialize. The city's goals and big proposals in upcoming times include expected urban population was across the river, which right now is the outskirts of the city. And then understanding the crowd movement on site on regular days, and then compare special days, that is days of religious importance. Being in a pilgrimage site, Kumbh 2025 will also play a very important role in the character of the area and its utilization during the Mela season. Online and on-site survey helped in understanding the footfall on site, the day, according to the time in the day, with identified nodes, how they need to be treated, and footfall from neighborhood areas. All these were studied and analyzed. And the most suitable concept was to design it as a public realm. The proposal is divided into 3 parts. First, the campus on the city side approach road, focusing the people of the city. Second, the bridge, which is converted lower deck as a museum specifically for Ganga and pedestrian crossing park on the upper deck. Third, the outskirts side approach road as a restaurant and community center for visioned urban population. You can also identify the seasonal water ponds on both sides, which are currently in a polluted condition. The intervention proposed on city side is to cater to the existing population, which lacks public open areas due to unplanned rapid urban growth. First is the children's park, which was based on the observation that parents remain skeptical to take their small children to Highline Sky Park, open playground and separate seating for parents that remain shaded by 2 retained trees. There is a car parking and drop-off leading to the museum entry block. Open informal eateries with kiosk approachable from both sides is proposed on the basis of survey from college students and hangout spaces. While landscape on this side is managed, directing it towards the seasonal body with terrace seating, also avoiding hidden activities and making the water body as the center of recreation and celebrating its presence. So coming to the bridge, the idea was to connect people with the river while enjoying its view. After studying river paths, it carries a lot of silt. So this restricted the idea of a proposal of riverfront. The other way to connect people closely to the river was by educating them about it. Proposal of a museum for Ganga over Ganga is unique in its own set. Entry block of the museum remains outside the bridge to manage the crowd. The entry has security check, a mezzanine for office of the museum. The floor spans to form open decks. There are 9 galleries ranging from large maps showing courses of the river to sculptures, artifacts, mythological manuscripts, and also a gallery to present schemes and works of National Mission for Clean Ganga. Ramps inside break the monotonic linear path and areas below the ramp used as storage. Open decks for views of the rivers from substantial height. Coming to the upper deck of the bridge, which is proposed from a green beds with pedestrian and cycle track as a connection of the new and the old city. The helical metal supports the form and also breaks the rigid tough form to more curvilinear feel to the bridge. tensile fabric at places provide necessary shading. The floors and staircases can be lightweight prefab units that can be installed on site. The planning for the other edge has decks and terraces directing towards the seasonal pond again, with possibility of open exhibition area. Then it caters to the expected urban growth with quality dining restaurant and flexibility to form a banquet due to the rich location of the site with a community center. So this is an elevational view of the project, and I want to add that all the activities proposed are functionally distinct, but are layered in such a manner that the audience coming overlap to find the sense of attachment towards the nature, people, and the history. Ending my presentation with this view and an attempt to give this bridge a new identity for the skyline of Prayagraj, which is my city. Thank you.
Thank you, Sambhavi. Thank you so much. Now I would request Dr. Amita to share her thoughts.
Well, it's an excellent proposal, and really, we do need a museum to the Ganga on the Ganga. I think this is something that should be really taken up in earnest, by Uttar Pradesh Tourism and even by the government, national government. I had a few queries actually. I think having worked on Bloomingdale Trail in Chicago, now 601. These spaces are already being in use. The abandoned spaces sometimes are the most interesting spaces in our city. And you yourself have said how much you enjoyed, biking, and the upper level is actively used. The lower level as a museum, I think, works well, and the upper level, I felt like you were a little bit too strong in terms of providing, I mean, the design was a little bit, what shall I say, not in keeping with the hamlets on one end, which I imagine them to have kind of a rural-urban quality. And so this insertion seemed a bit strong to me, a kind of overblown. Anyway, I mean, that aside, we can see this museum come the promenade on the upper level as a kind of an exercise in also improving the quality of public spaces in the hamlet, and also while entering, creating a hub, and all of that, I think you've done quite well.
Again, with the curvilinear structure which is proposed, was based on how the form, because it is 117 years old, so how that can be strengthened in such a manner that the old memory remains. But then again, Ganga has a sense of flow, and that is why to include that sense of flow, I proposed that helical structure over it. So yeah, and that breaks at points, like there are 100 meters of stretch between 1 and 2 curvilinear structures. So that have breaks in the middle. So that is the idea.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Now I'd request architect Daniel to add few words.
Of course. Thank you for that presentation. I found it very exciting and kind of inspiring how you see the value of the bridge as more than just transportation infrastructure, and the idea of adapting and reusing for human use, I think, is happening all over the world for many of these previously considered unuseful infrastructures, and it's proven to be quite successful in many cases. Obviously, not all of them, but it brings to mind many different projects of the past, and even proposals that are happening nowadays. And so, although I do agree with the previous comment you just mentioned and you just heard in terms of the physical architectural proposal. And the way that I see it, or the way that I would add to that comment that you just received, is I feel like you're hiding the bridge with what you're doing. And I think that does a disservice to your own discourse. I feel like presenting the bridge and glorifying it and making it as clear and obvious as possible would actually help your discourse more than kind of hiding it under this continuous shell. But my comment, I mean, that was one of my comments, but actually my real comment being that this is more than an architectural kind of proposal. This is more kind of an urban design proposal. What I would do, thinking of this in terms of just like next steps of development and how to improve and make it like a more bulletproof proposal in a way, I would look at the edges a little bit more attentively, because as you presented, there's already encroachment happening on the landing on both ends of the bridges. And yes, there is a necessity for more public space, but when you already see the way that public space is being appropriated by these encroachments, you can kind of start imagining what would happen if at the beginning of the bridge you do a kids park. I sometimes feel like, and I mean, India is one of the best in doing these like multiple use open spaces. I sometimes feel like these open spaces need to be programmed more aggressively than just open space for the benefit of the public itself, just to kind of keep it as public as possible. And the idea of kind of bringing maybe a more like a heavier and stronger footprint of some other program to the landings on both ends, I think would be beneficial for the bridge itself. Otherwise, entering and exiting the bridge will become possibly an experience that many would prefer to avoid. And so, as a comment, I would think my focus would be on the landings, and obviously that comment comes to mind because I feel like the bridge you worked on in a very powerful and beautiful manner.
Thank you, sir. I'll definitely consider all of this and want to rethink the edges of the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Architect Martin to share his thoughts.
Yes, thank you so much. I thought that was a very interesting presentation, and I particularly liked the personal story that you brought of experiencing the bridge from your childhood and seeing it from the different vantage points and sort of understanding and connecting to it on a very sort of individual and emotional level, which I really appreciate. And I think, generally, I again, agreeing with Amita and Daniel, the idea of adaptive reuse in, structures, villages, towns, fish markets, all of those is a really positive sign in terms of a sensitivity towards the urban environment and not destroying things to make new things. There's an ecological, a cultural, a historical sort of argument to be made for adapting the existing infrastructures that we have and thinking of their new future uses. So, broadly, I think the theme of the thesis is excellent as sort of urban reuse and revitalization of an existing structure. That being said, the museum is a great idea in terms of acknowledging sort of the larger landscape and ecology of the Ganga River. I wonder if that could be in some of the renderings more present to sort of tell the story of the river, through the movement through those places on the bottom of the bridge, and sort of having a sense of the water and the character of the water and opportunities to really engage, or at least to learn more about that. And then the question of the architecture is interesting. It's hard to say exactly whether you are, it's too forceful or not forceful enough. Maybe there's a dialogue between the old and the new structure, the wrapping of the bridge itself, speaking to sort of the materials, the sensibility, and the construction. So you could probably, have that, just, thought about the project and how much is visible and how much is not visible, and sort of change that. One of the really interesting things with working on a linear system is trying to create nodes, as you did, along that linear system, because it's basically one experience, which is the same for a bridge because it was built as a functional object. And I think you've done well to sort of say, no, there could be places of difference within that bridge, especially the two landings, which you have explored. But then what are those opportunities along the way? And I think you did that, where something's a little bit different. Maybe it's enclosed, maybe you don't have a view at one point, and you're learning something about the culture, and then you go back to that open space. So I think that's all very interesting for the bridge itself. And I think I agree a little bit with Daniel in terms of the exploration of the public realm on the top of the bridge, and what are the different ways in which that can take place, and what are the different ecologies which might inform that in terms of the landscape treatment there, so that it's not just a tree, but it's really speaking to the marsh-like environment, the ecologies, the rainfall, the seasonality of that space, and creating a little bit of shade as well. So all of those things I think would be great, further investigations for yourself. But I thought it was an excellent sort of proposal, and really one which is, born out of your own history and experience, which I think is a really nice thing.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Sambhavi. The next thesis is going to be presented by Virgilio Diaz and Carelia Diaz, postgraduate students from Politecnico di Milano, located in Milan, Italy. The title of the thesis is Upside Down Flows, Redeeming the Landscapes Crossed Over the Alona River, at location Milan, Italy, guided by Andrea Dani under the theme Urban Renewal.
Hello, everyone. It's really nice to meet you. First of all, thank you to Urban Design Lab and to the jury for this amazing opportunity of allowing us to present our project. To start, I would like to talk that nowadays, with the current climate crisis, the best tools to counteract are our natural assets. But sadly, many of them have been neglected or lost due to the overexploitation by over-industrialization in the last century. This is why we need to rethink our approach towards them. Milan, for example, is a city that has lost touch with its undeniable water landscapes in this last century. So our project explores the possibilities that the culverting buried streams, as is the case of the Alona River, who is going to be the protagonist today, can bring along, and assesses its capacity to trigger a green transformation that is so needed. So the Alona River emerges in the north of Italy and flows downwards to Milan. When it reaches the metropolitan city, it crosses the urban fabric as an underground culvert, losing all of its interaction with the city and with the population. So it's a living entity, but it's invisible. This is relevant because the river is really important for Italian history. Its rich biodiversity created the perfect location for agricultural and industrial activity, becoming one of the cradles of Italian industrialization. But like many other rivers in the world, the history of the Alona is a love and hate story, marked by its mismanagement in the peak of industrialization and facing environmental challenges due to pollution. Unfortunately, these symptoms are still visible nowadays, and we understand why the culverting actions took place. Within our project, we call this action of covering all the river the downside, the total underground buried landscapes that took place from the 30s to the 50s. Parallelly, a so-called upside built fabric was formed with a series of liminal open spaces without interaction with these buried water landscapes. At this stage, we had to understand the correct quality of these spaces, their devotion, their attributes, their offer. So as it can be seen, their main vocation is towards vehicular parking and circulation, not towards people. And moreover, due to its large dimensions, the open realm has lost the ability to be pedestrian friendly. By result, these so-called faceless spaces are characterized by the lack of amenity, diversity, their similarity between each other, and also they have a very low ecosystem performance. Milan, like many other European cities, is not exempt from the symptoms of climatic crisis, becoming a big concern for public health and energy consumption. Through the study of the land surface temperature, it was recognized a correlation between the attributes and size of these spaces with the concentration of vulnerable people in the city. In addition, due to the constant exposure to humidity and imminent seismic risk, the culvert is in an undoubtedly decay that requires constant maintenance, and as seen in other culverts in the city, it might require a total reconstruction, which supposes an evident paradox to the many ongoing sustainable policies that strongly suggest to requalify or deculvert buried streams. So the culverting actions of the last century didn't fix the pollution. So our project starts by criticizing this path of action that just covered the problem under our feet, literally hiding the dirt under the rock, but at the cost of losing a really relevant natural asset for the city, erasing an important part of the genius loci of Milan. So our project starts by delivering a symbiosis between the downside and the upside, using the Lona's culverting as a catalyzer for the transformation of the whole landscapes crossed along the city, assembling like this green-blue corridor of public spaces, holistically integrating social and environmental strategies while inserting activities and facilities along the corridor supported by nature-based solutions and suits, seeking to create resiliency and sustainability for this sector of the town. Of course, our project is based on the hope so soon scenario where the waters of the river are fully requalified and proper for our deculverting. This transformation is conceived to unfold through four main drivers binding the up and the down. First, assembling the green spaces from fragments to an integrated system. Secondly, the Alona's culverting as the spine of a green-blue corridor on which the main open spaces are reprogrammed with the capacity to collect and self-manage the urban runoff cycle. Third, through placemaking strategies, integration of activities that will enhance the use of place and provide the lack of identity, because nowadays this portion of the city lacks of identity, amenity and attraction to the neighborhoods crossed. And finally, integrating slow mobility solutions as continuous bike lanes, shared spaces to facilitate pedestrian cycle journeys that at the same time better connect with existing public transport system. These new upside-down flows collectively reimagine the Lona's corridor with the river as the heart of the community, strengthening the connection between people and the places they share, between the people and their natural assets, and reshaping the public realm, maximizing the shared value through a series of itineraries that enhances the attraction towards this portion of the city. This is conceived in a long-term strategy with the stages such as rethink, reactivate, rediscover, reconnect, and redeem, seeking to assemble this corridor towards a sustainable and carbon-neutral resilient Milan to 2050. The project, of course, reimagines the characteristic water spirit of the city through these open public spaces, repurposing them as organs of the greater runoff system, aligned with the soot strain, using soft engineering techniques on its different stages that can also ease the charge on the municipal budget. With this, also providing textures, colors, ambience carried out by the vegetation along all the seasons of the year. This green revolution generates an holistic relation between the built fabric and its natural capital, providing benefits for both human well-being and biodiversity, seeking to rise their ecosystem service performance also in order to tackle the climatic crisis. Thanks to our multi-stakeholder vision, the project integrates actors from local, neighborhood scale to national and European level, considering multidisciplinary funding sources also, from neighborhood crowdfunding to European initiatives. It seeks to create an overarching expertise with the many stakeholders of the now ongoing sustainable policies of European level that together along them we can boost this green transition. In a closer zoom to this corridor, we took two proofs of action. This one is Piazza Napoli, that is an urban square containing a typological transect of the outer circumvallation, that is one of the most important roads and rings of Milan, where the Lona flows underground it. Here, the streetscape proposal respects the operativity or integrates the river and sustainable slow mobility solutions, creating more space for pedestrians. The outcome is a disruptive public space on which the streetscape loses the pedestrian confinement and fades along the neighborhood, where the square extends beyond the limits of the vehicular restrictions and allows safer and clearer transit for the citizens along the shared solutions. Its green spaces become resilient living lungs that become both amenity and attraction through a series of topographies, creating cozier spaces and more friendly journeys. In a different scale, this is a peri-urban area where the green fragments are assembled into one system, prioritizing frank pedestrian and cycle flows while reforming redundant vehicular avenues, forming an urban park that becomes the gate to the ecological corridor that it's going downwards into the urban core. I would like to start to close emphasizing the main goal of the project, that it's to become an experimental pathway to human landscape relations, triggering a critical thinking and reimagining Milan as a green palimpsest using the inertia of the many ongoing sustainable policies. The final result, redeeming the relationships between past, present, and lost, future, and natural assets that are present in the city crossed by the river. We are true believers that this green revolution, radical yet possible, has the power to forecast a better future. And this is our job as landscape architects, to help visualize the many possible futures we need. And we can take along this sustainable transition through visualizing these actions that prioritizes the goals that we need to do in order to tackle climate change. We see in our project a future in which we are able to repurpose our cities as realm for people, boosting and enhancing physical and mental well-being, and easing also municipal maintenance through the economical perspective by the use of soft engineering. So like this, we invite you to see what's beyond the visible. As in our case, we see this artery fully merge into Milan as a city as one. Thank you so much for your attention, and thanks again to all the organization for this opportunity.
Thank you, Virgilio. Thank you so much. Now I request Architect Daniel to share his thoughts on the presentation.
Of course. Beautiful presentation, Virgilio. Congratulations. Graphically stunning, very professional. Make it very easy to read about environment and insertion of a natural element within the urban, and so very high praise on all your graphical work. I remember seeing this this project. It was one of the ones that I had seen previously in the judging phase, and absolutely loved it. I was amazed by the importance of what you're bringing on the table through the idea of resurfacing this river that has been lost, and the importance both ecologically, but also in terms of the history of the place, and also in terms of how it could improve the lives of the city of Milan in general. I especially love the idea that you're suggesting the Piazza Napoli, like static, well, not static, but like point-based water landscape, because generally in cities, when we have these water landscapes, they're very much linear and they're kind of flowy, and you're stopping that, and you're actually saying the water can also be a meeting point and not just a path. I thought that just strategically, that was a very smart move, and that also helps in terms of just water management. You know, you're allowing yourself this huge area to manage many of the ebbs and flows that the river will have in its course. The one comment that I think I would suggest could be an area to work deeper on, to continue exploring, is the actual edge that you're proposing in many other sections. Ultimately, you're proposing an open channel, more than, let's say, a river per se. It is channelized, it is directed, it's oriented, it's concrete, and by luck and by many different things that have come together in my life, I've been involved in urban riverfront projects as in more of an advisor role, not really a direct role. And now I am very much in the designer role in an oceanfront project. And the one thing that I think we've learned in the projects that I've been involved with, and also in colleagues and peers that have discussed this idea of cities on cities on water, is that for and maybe forever, like for so many years, we have done concrete edges. They have been the way to manage water in a efficient and at least financially sustainable manner. And there's this kind of wave of regret going throughout all of these projects that are starting to consider that they maybe missed up on the opportunity of thinking of these edges as more indefined and flowy and kind of green, and maybe making the edge part of the infrastructure and not just the water. We've had this conversation in Copenhagen right now with all the North Harbor projects. They're trying to see if the recently finished edge can now be redone to make it softer. It happened to us also in Medellin. And so that would be kind of my comment. And that also brings a lot of confidence to the table because maybe it requires kind of a thicker footprint. But that also brings opportunities because many times what's happened, what we've been seeing is that with these proposals of thickening the footprint, which generally means losing streets, we're being able to add water transportation. And that has become an economic kind of card that we play, and cities are very much interested in seeing how water can be every day more and more crucial to the public transportation system. And so that would be kind of my general comment, and reiterate my congratulations on your project. I was truly happy to see it.
Thank you so much. It was actually a strategic decision to work with typologies of deculverting as the areas where we had more opportunity. We took all this opportunity to leave it as naturalized as possible in order for it to work as it wants. When it enters the urban core, of course, we cross different and extremely complex dynamics on which we try to give the more space to both realities to coexist. Where I think your comment is super interesting because we could think that it could be a stage 2 on which maybe we don't need so much transit for vehicles. So these canalized portions that are like this right now, in order to allow the operativity of the street, can give space for more naturalized solutions. It's really interesting. Thanks so much.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Architect Martin to share his thoughts.
Sure, thank you. I agree with Daniel. It's a beautiful project, and I think Virgilio, it was really sort of excellent to see, a really good case study of the field of landscape urbanism, and think about how the natural environment, or at least an understanding of ecology, can actually shape an urbanism and bring back all these layers of understanding through a city. And I was happy to see you're looking through the mobility, the placemaking, the ecological restoration as all different aspects that result, from a project like this. I think it's also, amazing to see sort of the reach of the project, which is to say just the geography alone, that it's a very long corridor from which you have to then identify different areas to investigate as typologically as you did with the peri-urban and the more urban and suburban situations within the overall pieces of that. And I thought it was, again, beautifully rendered as well and very clear. I think it's people always love to see green spaces on plans. And so it's a little bit easier sometimes for a landscape architect to envision a public realm which is inviting and green and healthy and sustainable for the future. But that being said, I thought there was a lot of detail and a lot of care to the edges. But to sort of build on a little bit from what Daniel said also, an understanding of the sort of influence this would have on the fabric of the city would be interesting to see. And if there had been an architect on your team, maybe they could have helped with what is that interface precisely between adjacent buildings and the landscape itself, and how could they benefit, and what are the opportunities for public facilities or community facilities to be equally a part of this sort of urban restoration. So you've thought very much about sort of the upside and the downside, and there's a sort of a horizontal level in which you engage with the actual buildings. And it's interesting to think of course, the High Line and what its impact on the surrounding development has been in Manhattan, and what are those points of convergence, whether it's an institution like an art museum, a community center, a public market, some of those programmatic elements which complement the landscape component of this, and bring in yet another layer to sort of allow the city and the landscape to really merge at these really important points. That would be my one sort of excited sort of comment about this, because I think it's just such an excellent proposal and so beautifully wrought for what Milan and the outskirts of the city are trying to accomplish within this larger agenda towards 2050. So I think there's great hope for landscape urbanism, and this project gives me great hope to see a greener city for all in the future. So thank you for that.
Thanks so much.
Thank you so much. Now I request Dr. Amita to add a few words.
Yes, I would commend you on the ambitious project and the scope of the project. This is really the way of future regenerative urbanism, and it's really a global model, to have blue-green systems in the city that have the capacity to regenerate. It's an ecological model of the city. Now the question is, how does this universal model translate itself into specific, more specific cases which kind of reflect the unique cultural and urban heritage of a region and of a city. So as we saw in the case of the bridge on the Ganga, Ganga has a huge cultural heritage in South Asia, and that can be tapped for encouraging, improvement in the quality of urban spaces and introducing the population at large to the heritage. I was wondering if something similar could be the program for this long greenway, blue greenway, and as Martin had pointed out, in the case of High Line, this really institutional building which can occur as we bring back the river, introduce more green spaces, encourage people to bike and to walk, have public squares where you can actually dip your feet in water. So the heritage of Milan is humongous, and it's industrial heritage, but also cultural heritage. So if you could speak to that.
Yeah, it's really interesting because, of course, Milan by itself is the cradle of Italian industrialization and economics. Sadly, this transect of the city was kind of a side effect after the Second World War, where the city lost between the 30 and 50% of all the housing. So all these neighborhoods were created really in a fast way without having a lot of connection to the historic core. What it was really interesting is that the culture of Milan is not only the economical activity, but also the trace by itself that it comes from the Romans, the Celtics, that shaped the city as a series of circles created by water channels. Sadly, we have lost many of them, most of them. We have only 2 or 3 still as remnants. So we want to play with the heritage of the water as what's really connecting with this transect of the city, that it's a really big portion. It's still there because many of the other channels are totally covered with the soil. There is no more the channel, there's nothing. In this case, we have the living river there. So this was a little bit our strategy to work along this topic. In the topic of the skyline and the buildings that can be connected, we considered to attach most of what we found in our site visits, because we did some journeys following all the trails. And the problem is that there are several institutions and buildings that are in decay, abandoned, or there is no interaction at all. So what we chose to do was to embrace them, to convert them part of the project, also providing them the placemaking and wayfinding strategies in order to be part of this corridor, like this, creating the tension between what's already here in the city and what we can find in the possible future towards these areas. So like this, we can also distribute the housing costs, the activities, the commerce, the economic activity. We can also create a more distributed city.
Yes, yes, for sure. Yes.
Thank you, Virgilio. Thank you so much. The next thesis is going to be presented by Priya Bhushan, a postgraduate student from Sept University, which is located in Ahmedabad, India. The title of the thesis is Ghee-Kanta Commercial District Redevelopment Plan, located at Ahmedabad, India, guided by architect Purvi Chadwa under the theme Urban Renewal.
Hello, everyone. Is my screen visible to you?
Yeah, it's visible.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. I am Priya Bhushan. My thesis title is Ghee-Kanta Commercial District Redevelopment Plan, Old City of Ahmedabad, India. The centrally located Old City of Ahmedabad, it was inscribed as the World Heritage City. The central part of the old city is facing some problems like lack of open spaces, problems of vehicular parking, and small size of land parcels. Because of that, residents are shifting in another part of the city, and settlement is transforming as per market demand. In this scenario, the upcoming environmental friendly transport option, the metro station, is bringing hope to resolve the congestion on the street and act as a point for the future transformation. The metro station is predicted to have high footfall of approximately 6,000 in peak hours. So the metro station site and the surroundings is selected for the project, where the project the project site is known for the cloth market. The diverse of land use and building use create a different feature and character for the district. So the market spaces, where open streets are only the open spaces, and the historic buildings are underutilized, and the most common character is the commercial spaces which are retrofitted and converted from residential to commercial spaces. These are the three main characters in the metro station district. So the vision is to develop Ghee-Kanta metro station as a commercial hub to maximize the land potential and revitalize market space to make a coherent relation with metro station. When we see the existing condition and transformation from 2001 to 21, we see the existing small shops are converted into a commercial commercial complex, and the small court buildings are converted into a multi-story court buildings. And now the existing government collector office is going to convert into an underground metro station. So in this diverse, dense, and fine grain of the city, how the questions are how the metro station will respond to the surroundings and how the surrounding will respond to the new upcoming metro station. So the main objectives are the multimodal integration with the metro station and transit-oriented development and last mile connectivity with the metro station. And strategies are developed to form a strong relation between the metro station and the market space, where the strategy is to improving accessibility and connectivity of the streets, and redefining the transitionary open spaces, and increasing the potential of the market spaces, and integrated built connection between the metro station and market spaces. So implementing the strategies, the first one is to introducing the missing links to improving the accessibility and connectivity of the district, where the new links are introduced with the negotiation of the metro station site and the surrounding streets, where the block parameter reduced from 1150 to 420. And resizing the existing streets, the organically developed streets are resized and junctions are redesigned. And integrating the public transport, multimodal integration, bus, auto, and NMT. So from the existing arterial road, the existing loop of the buses, auto, and NMT diverted towards the metro stations and bringing back towards the main road. And the main strategy is to decongestion the ground space. So our underground passage is provided for the buses, auto, and NMT loops, so that ground could be remains open for the public as an open space. Build form strategies. So preserving buildings which are in good conditions and constructed after 2000, and proposing new buildings in which commercial hub of a metro station is one, which we will discuss in detail in end of the project. And the redevelopment of the market spaces, where the closed market buildings will redevelop in phases as per the building lifespan and requirement of the floor spaces. So while redeveloping that, there were some problems of loading and unloading spaces, fire safety, and entry exit points of the many buildings are very diminished in the existing ground. So these all those issues are addresses while redesigning the spaces. So the guidelines for the transformation, the first is to increasing the FSI from 2 to 3 to trigger the transformation within the 400-meter influence zone. And second is the small plots which are 200 square meter or less will amalgamate with the adjacent large plot, and 6-meter pedestrian path will be provided with the combination of 3-meter offset of the adjacent plots, which will act as a fire safety routes and the new streets within the existing market, which will increase the shop frontage. And a 3-meter front corridor is provided. A 3-meter front corridor is provided to enhance the quality of shopping of the pedestrians, where the existing condition was like this and converted into this. And while doing this, we are using the this extra open space, and a common vertical core is provided to go on the upper floors, and maximizing the ground space for the shopkeepers. So the transformed district redevelopment plan of Gikata will incorporate all those strategies and will results the pedestrian-friendly, accessible, and walkable streets, more shopping frontage, new shopping experiences, services roads, and open spaces for loading and unloading, which was a major problem, and uniform character of the street. So our character is defined in which we can use the stone, the local stone and local architecture so that it could respond better to the historical city. So that transformed district in which the metro station is designed in detail. We will talk about this. So the metro station is designed in a way, so the front space is used as the invitable space for the central open space, and surroundings are the buildings, where the ground space is used for the retail stores and the entry exit of the metro station. And the above floors are the office spaces. These blue are the office spaces, and these are the recreational spaces which are connected on the above floor to get a free movement without disturbing the ground pedestrian movement. These are the entry exit point to the basement to catch the buses and auto rickshaws. And at the same time, this whole street is becoming the open spaces in front and in between the market space and the metro station, which use as a public realm and get a smooth connection and build a strong relationship between the existing market and the new metro station. So bringing the traffic underground and leaving the streets open brings a new asset for the city, where it could be a new public realm, shopping experience could be enhanced. And at the same time, the pedestrian movement between the metro and on the transport to the shopping and offices is also a smooth one. So the inviting plaza between the metro station provide retail, meeting, relaxing space with a water body and some green spaces. And the front of the metro station is designed as an identity and urban marker to symbolize the new metro station within the district with good imageability from far and the nearby junctions. So the metro station district, the pedestrian-friendly streets and active open spaces and retail market as provide opportunity for jobs, recreation, play, conversation, festival and celebration for the metro users and nearby communities. And I hope these kind of changes will bring in new experience for metro users and bring a healthy and balanced lifestyle for daily users in the city of Old Ahmedabad. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Priya. Now I request Architect Martin to share his thoughts.
Sure, thank you. Thank you for that presentation, and very interesting to see sort of how a infrastructural insertion such as a new metro station has the ability to reshape an urban district. And I think that's a great sort of undertaking that we've seen in cities across the world. And I think where the thesis is successful is in figuring, showing us how to maintain and enhance the structure of the city and the scale of some of the streets and open spaces. And that's sort of what I'm gathering is the strongest element of the proposal is really sort of a ability to put in this modern piece of infrastructure, yet have it be a catalyst and have it be something which fits in terms of scale and use within an existing very dense city center. Oftentimes the scale of such proposals is counter to the existing fabric. And so I think that's where it's a very strong proposal. I was looking for perhaps an indication a little bit more on the ground to go from that really fantastic image that you showed at the very beginning of the presentation of the existing sort of active market street and all the color into how that would be sort of thought about in the future? Everything, you kept us at a distance in a way, and I never sort of got into the character of what those spaces will be looking like, since the scale of your representation was always a little bit, broad. So getting into one or two character areas would be very helpful, some perspectives of what it looks like on the ground. One question for you is also the second level connector for the offices above the urban public space. And I'm just curious if there's a precedent for that in Ahmedabad. Maybe it's providing shade, but it's always curious to separate people on different levels, which is inevitable when you're getting down to the subway. But when you get up to the street level, I'm a little bit curious as to why you would connect the offices at this upper level rather than let people, again, inhabit the ground and continue there.
So the idea was in this condition where we have a large footfall, so not only the metro station but the nearby communities, people can also come on the ground, and many other activities like vendors and all those kind of activities will be there. So if there is requirement to connect from office to office, so in that, for keeping that point in mind, so I have provided those upper ground connections so that it could be a separate one. It should not disturb the office environment and its functioning, because the ground will be very congested at the time of the peak hours, and there would be a lot of movement. Means something which we cannot predict that could also take place, like in the situation of India. So like vendings and other than that also. So by keeping that point in mind, I have separated that.
Yeah, that makes sense. I understand. And it's, it is probably a very busy intersection and area. But I think the overall, proposal to reknit the city through the insertion or the thoughtful understanding of a metro station is a very good idea. And it was, a very good thesis. And I appreciate the thoughtfulness of all the different pieces that went into it. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Amita to share her valuable inputs.
Yes, I'm always struck, in India, whenever I'm in India, and how many Indian cities are getting metros, and how these, metro stations are clean, ordered spaces, and such a contrast, to the urban areas around them. So building a metro is, of course, a status symbol for the city, and if it reduces, it really does help in the traffic management. And it's also an opportunity, as your thesis has shown, to improve the quality of open spaces beyond the metro station. So I appreciate, the arcades that you're proposing, in which the peripatetic vendors, the vendors who are on move, can actually have a kind of a semi-permanent location. And the arcades, as we see in the Fort District of Mumbai, are wonderful spaces. I think we've made a very thoughtful effort to extend beyond the metro to managing and introducing new kind of spaces around the metro station. As far as the architecture of the metro station is concerned, I think it should really be inspired by the historic architecture of the old city. And I know that this might be like, just like a superficial gesture, but if there is, if there are ways in which we can, in which the historic architecture can be a inspirational tool for the facades, and also I think for the poles of Ahmedabad, are very porous spaces. So if there is, there are ways in which the poorest quality can be brought in into new buildings. And I see that you've provided a very large open courtyard in the metro. But you know, to preserve the human scale would mean a lot in this context.
Okay, so when I have, in terms of architecture of the building, I have tried to give a form of the front space of the metro station, especially like that it should be simple and in front so that it could be visible from far. And I got your concern, when it's in the historic city, so it should have such elements. So that could be added, yeah, or yeah, that is a good point which could be incorporated. Yeah, I can work on that.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Architect Daniel to share his thoughts.
Of course. Thank you, Pri, for the presentation. I have to confess, I live in Bogota, and we are currently building our first metro line. And every day we're faced with the same question of how to do a metro station. And it's such a complex issue to deal with, because it's not only a huge kind of urban question and sometimes footprint, as you, I think, have had to encounter, but ultimately it's so much about the economics on how to make these little dots in the middle of the city work. And ultimately this kind of manifests itself in the scale of what one ends up proposing. In your case, however, I think the fact that the metro it's an underground system, it's not overground, which I know many of the systems being developed in India are actually overground, and so I was somewhat surprised to see an underground one, to be honest. I feel like there's the opportunity when it's underground to be a little bit more sensitive with how we kind of develop this full block project to enter the metro. And kind of picking up on what Dr. Mita said, I think the most successful metro stations nowadays are those that you have to look for, those that aren't obvious, those that you cannot see. And when they become this kind of real estate equation or real estate equation or kind of real estate manifestation of an urban economics, I feel like that was a missed opportunity for architecture and urban design, and kind of a direct translation of what consultants tell us that the economics of a metro station should look like. And in that sense, I think you started the presentation with certain issues that were further on left behind. And I'm going to cling on to one specifically, in which you said that there's a lack of public space, but ultimately there is an issue with housing that is being lost and turned into kind of small-scale commercial spaces. And when considering an underground train station and these social conditions that you referred to at the beginning, I think there should be a space where you can start proposing innovative forms of housing that can admit an underground train station, that don't have to be at the scale of the large mega developer office building or institutional building, and that kind of allow the city to continue with the train underneath and not make these stops as massive on top as they are on the bottom, because ultimately these massive kind of points of agglomeration, they pose so many logistical challenges. And even when you're suggesting to have this depressed plaza and to to find your rickshaw in the underground, just imagining like the entrance and exit point for all of the rickshaws that are going to be required. I mean, I don't know the capacity of this metro system, but if it's, I don't know, I'm just going to refer to what we do with back home, which is around 5,000 passengers in each direction per hour. Imagining 2,000 or 3,000 rickshaws entering and exiting every hour, it's such a logistical issue on the public space, on the streetscape, and I think maybe that's another way of going back to Martin's comment when he mentioned that you're working at a large kind of planning scale, but didn't deal with the architectural scale, because once you build in 3,000 rickshaws plus trash trucks plus normal cars plus bicycles plus people walking in and out, it is such a complicated equation that adding 10 floors of offices on top of that and creating an underground square plus a second level walkway into the station, it really requires so much work on the kind of architectural, meaning urban level, that I felt is missed, regardless of how passionate you are in terms of the planning proposal. And so I would suggest when considering these issues of mass transportation and the built city, to really understand all the conflicts they generate, because it is a recipe for failure if we are not kind of really attuned with it.
Thank you for your comment, sir. I understood and will try to incorporate. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Priya. The next thesis is going to be presented by Maria Malgorzata Zimnov and Katarzyna Orzechowska, postgraduate students from the Krakow University of Technology located in Krakow, Poland. The title of the thesis is Reduce, Reuse, Replant, Circular City in the area of T-Senzimir Steelworks at thesis location Krakow, Poland, guided by Dr. Agnieszka Batusik under the theme Urban Renewal.
Hello, can you see my screen?
Yeah, it's visible.
My name is interested in the topic of circularity in urban design. I believe that transition from a linear economy can truly contribute to creating healthy and resilient cities of the future. In today's presentation, we will be focusing on revitalization strategy for the post-industrial steel plant area located in Krakow, city that we both come from. Welcome to the cities, which are a home to the most of the world's population. According to forecasts, by 2050, the number of people living in cities is expected to reach 2/3 of the total population. Urban centers are contributing to the 80% of total greenhouse gas emissions, and they consume, on average, 75% of the world's natural resources. Moreover, in the year 2050, up to 3.4 billion tons of solid waste will be produced in the cities. As young designers, we feel the need to design cities having these numbers in mind.
So this research presents a revitalization strategy that focuses on implementing a circular city design in the post-industrial steel plant area of 10 square kilometers. Our approach aims to counter the exploitation of natural resources and excessive generation of waste. Our vision here was to create a kind of a model of harmonious living environment where the residents kind of coexist with nature. They source local food, they utilize green energy as opposed to the current trends, and they collect water and prioritize stability in general. A little bit about the site that we were working on. The Senzimir steel plant creates a very demanding scope. It was a second largest steel plant in Poland, created back in the communist times. And back then it was called actually the Lenin Steelworks. The plant at its heyday employed around 40,000 people, and all these workers moved to Krakow to work. And to accommodate such a number of new dwellers was quite a challenge. So the Nowa Huta, so-called district, was built just right next door to the steel plant. And the area was kind of designed as a model city. It focused on the steel workers, and it was a kind of an experiment of the previous era. And now we face the new challenges of transforming this site and this historical area, and we would like to call it a new ecological experiment. To do so, we actually conducted the SWOT analysis because of the complexity of the topic and the size of the scale of the site. First of all, the strengths are the location of the plot. It's close to the city and it's close to the center of Krakow. And itself, it has a huge cultural heritage. But on the other hand, the last furnace was closed just in 2019. So the area has been neglected for quite a while now, and it's causing urban chaos. It has a really bad technical state of architecture itself. And moreover, the long term of exploitation of the area had really negative impact on the state of the natural environment, which poses quite a challenge when designing a new urban landscape, and that's what we had to keep in mind. But we believe that the area as this one would create a perfect opportunity for developing an innovative circular settlement with post-industrial heritage that could attract in the next stages both researchers and tourists. And last but not least, the scale of the plot is a threat that may cause a failure to the implementation of circularity, but we try to fight that in our design process.
So knowing that, we basically believe that the project that with scale needs clear design guidelines. The research is based on literature focusing on realization of human rights, achievement of quality and empowerment, and assurance of protection of the planet and natural resources. So based on the guidelines, the impacted areas have been chosen, like, for example, water, food, or waste. It helped us to specify the tools and actions that can be used to achieve our goals. So, for example, we were thinking about food sharing or water collection or waste processing. We had our impact areas and possible circular tools. So the next step was to measure our spatial qualities. We wanted to have a tangible outcome. So to calculate the surfaces, we used the Aragon's space mapping tool. Initially, a software allowing to check on satellite photos how much space cars use versus pedestrians. The outcomes allowed for creating a zoning plan, and at the end, we hope successful urban project design. So here you can see a little bit more detail on the process. The circular tools were clearly assigned to the impacted areas. We not only thought about topics related to cityscape, greenery, and resources, but also how the topics, for example, of inclusivity and equality can be a part of the circularity.
Because of the size of the area, we decided to divide it into 12 smaller zones. And here in this slide, you can see so-called by us passports of each of this zone. So basically what we did was we adapted the Arrogance of Space tool that Kasia mentioned earlier to our needs and decided to map the things like the buildings, the train tracks, greenery, also the contamination land, so on, so on. So we can highlight the strengths and the threats of each of the zone. And also it later allowed us to calculate, for example, how much water can be collected from the rooftops on each of the zones, or potentially how much food like lettuce or different vegetable, can be produced in the buildings adapted to, for example, new hydroponic function. Afterwards, we specified the zoning goals for each of the area and each of the zone. We listed the specific tools that can be applied on this zone. And to tackle the challenge of the circularity, we feel like it's really important to show how it works also in the human scale, not in the large scale. Circular economy is created by stakeholders, public and private sectors, government, but also the city dwellers. And they all need to work together to kind of create the whole system. So we highlighted the three main pillars that we feel might contribute to the circularity in the most in this area of the steel plant. And these highlighted pillars are water, heritage, and food. So for example, on these schemes, we can see how the water can be kept in closed loop. First, it can be collected from the rooftops and road and plazas. Then it can supply the local greenery and contribute to urban farming. And then from the urban farming, the produced food senses the local community.
Yeah, it's very interesting also for us that the circularity for post-industrial areas can bring new possibilities, taking advantage of the location. So, for example, on our area, it was possible to introduce urban mining, so sourcing the materials and metals, or soil reclamation that can basically create heat and energy. Also, cleaning contaminated soil can be later used for a biofuel. So the last part of our work that came after the research was an actual urban plan. Here we can only briefly show you that it was very interesting to think about heritage, like existing grid of train tracks and roads, and how we may adapt them. Moreover, the urban diversity on such a big area and being on the edge of the city but still close to the center motivated a lot of our decisions.
At the axonometric view, you can see that the same icons can be found in our toolbars from the table earlier. And it's because here we actually show you which of the circular functions are happening in which part of the site. The project goes even more into detail, considering spatial hierarchy and design of each small area. And we would like to imagine that such a big development would be starting with really small circular experiments. In our case, experimental green village, like for example the one created by people from TU Delft, where we can check the loops of energy, the materials in a smaller scale, and then it can be expanded to the bigger and bigger scale. Yeah, and that would be all from our presentation. Thank you for your time. Of course, we wanted to present to you our work in a nutshell, but actually all the research and the project is available and collected in the form of a book. So if you would be interested to know more about it, then feel free to contact us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you to both of you. Now I request architect Daniel to share his valuable thoughts.
Of course. Thank you to both authors for a very interesting and well-produced project. It's very close and dear to my heart. I've been working for the past 8 years in the reuse and recently began doing the same in Malmö in Sweden, and so it's something that I have to deal with every day and love it. I see a lot of potential in these places in cities. And so more than ask you specific questions about your project, which you had to present too quickly and such a broad scale because your piece of land is ginormous. I guess what I would maybe like to do is offer a couple of reactions based on my personal experiences in dealing with these elements. One of the things that I found is that the scale of the plot is one of the biggest assets in these places, and you consider it a threat. I don't know if it's the actual sites or the overall plot that you are referring to. But in any case, what I found is that as far as bringing investors into these type of projects, these large spaces are actually very good. They're very positive because they can kind of see their business plans add a ton of zeros, and that is a very good thing for them. For anyone, I mean, I don't want to say that I wouldn't love to add a bunch of zeros, but that's not what I do. But in any case, these large plots and these large sites allow developers to do many negotiation strategies with cities. Since they're so demanding in terms of their area, they can actually come in and propose ideas that aren't necessarily within the zoning requirements of the city, and they many times get special permissions just because it's such a big site and they're willing to work with it, that it actually becomes an asset. So the strategy in terms of how to program big spaces, I think, is one thing that is actually an asset more than a problem for you guys to consider. Then the second component that I think is really important that we've been dealing with a lot is asphalted surfaces. Many of these industrial areas went from rail to road or combined them, and now have a lot of underutilized parking and truck logistical areas. And these are very difficult to deal with because obviously there's storm runoff on these areas. It's very difficult to kind of open up to kind of destroy all that asphalt if you have this discourse of the positive environmental aspects of reutilizing post-industrial areas. How are you going to get rid of all that asphalt and throw it in a landfill to bring new material in? And so the management of large-scale asphalted areas has become a source of really interesting research in terms of innovative landscape strategies for us. Also because underneath, generally, it's contaminated soil. So if you open up a hole for a tree, it becomes the most expensive tree ever because you have to treat that soil. And so how can you actually do landscapes on top of asphalted surfaces and kind of bury it and turn that into the new base level of what you are proposing for the future? I think that is another super interesting area of thought in these type of projects. And then and that ties into the water aspect, which you clearly care about, and that is very important. And then the last part, which I also think is important, is to offer your audience an inventory of the buildings where we can actually see the value of the historic building, the historic constructions that are in place. We see it in diagram form, and you mentioned it, but humanizing the importance of the history that's in the place, I think, is crucial. And one final thought that we've been working on with very recently, we started partnering with a performance artist in many of our post-industrial projects, is she's pushing us to think about these large scale areas as multi-species areas, and not only think of it for humans, but also for many other species that could come and participate in the reimagining of these places. And so this kind of multi-species post-industrial landscapes, I think, is a very fun and I guess positive way forward in these type of places. So I'm with you in the battle to save these places. So congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I request Dr. Amita to add her thoughts.
Well, Daniel has spoken so eloquently and so much, with so much passion. I really don't have much to add. I would just like to say that I commend you on thinking about urban systems and in terms of circularity, because that's what they are. Every component, every process is it's connected to a larger process, and if the overall goal is sustainability, and nature has a very big role to play in that, then you have to really think very much in depth on how to do it all. How to turn these spaces into farmland, into green public spaces for recreation, into places for interpreting the industrial heritage. And so, I mean, urban systems, thinking about urban systems is prerequisite to thinking about typologies and urban forms. That's all I'd like to say.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Architect Martin to share his thoughts.
Sure, thank you so much. Also, agree with Dr. Emmett and Daniel as well, that the geography is a real challenge because it is such a very, very large site. And I commend you on taking on something which is so big and trying to figure out how to intervene with this lens of the circular uses and the circular sort of economies of the site, as you will, because that is really the sort of the future of thinking about material flows, human sociological flows and interactions, as well as ecological flows, and to think about these things as systems. So I think that's very, very strong. It's almost, since it is such a very large area, and without seeing more detail, which I'm sure exists in the book, it raises some questions sort of about planning, in my mind, and agency in a way. And one thing which would be interesting to find out is like, who are the players and who owns the land? How does the government at various levels, whether it's national or local, as well as the former operators of the plant, and then the local surrounding community members, what is their role in the overall sort of visioning of the future, for this? And it'll be interesting to sort of play out and understand, which I don't know here, whether it's all under one ownership or whether there's multiple ownerships. And then how do you engage not only these existing stakeholders and constituents, but future development, if indeed there's an idea that new buildings need to be built or the site needs to be remediated, which no doubt it does. Where is that money coming from? Who are the investors? And what are the things which will be attractive to investors coming to such sites as these? And again, as Daniel said, sometimes the attractiveness of the proposal is such that there's such big areas is that you can see a lot of potential for development or moving or locating within the overall area. So one thing is about sort of the stakeholders and land owners and future landowners and constituents. And another is really about the phasing. And I know you mentioned at the very end sort of this idea of starting with individual sort of urban acupuncture, small scale interventions in which you can test sort of the ideas about water and food and heritage, which were your three lenses. But I think that would be interesting to see, and it could be in your book again, how those add up to something not just in the sort of short-term strategy of the project, but maybe the midterm. Not to say you have to think about the full 50, 60, 70-year future, but what does it look like year 0 to 5, and what does it look like year 5 to 10? And do some of these very small pieces accumulate in one area or another, in which you would prioritize, let's say, a district rather than just a point approach for the project. But I'm assuming it's there, and I will look it up because I think it was an excellent proposal, and generally just sort of a very important issue to think about the brownfield sites, such as these for our cities, and how they can be brought back into the cultural and ecological life of the city. So thank you for that very, very good presentation.
Well, thank you so much. I think we can only add from our side, yeah, that basically the land is owned by like a private. Now, since the whole like steel processing is like slowly dying in this area, the city is probably like thinking what to do with it in the future. But since it's like so big, it's like very hard to foresee for some people like how it can be maintained in the future, or even like divided through, you know, like in time, or like, yeah, how the process may look, like the development of the area may look in the future. So for us here, like the ending outcome was of course like very important, like how it could look, the whole area, but we wanted to focus more on like the capacity, the numbers, the tools, the actual, you know, like how we get there, how we get to this design. Yeah, and maybe Maria wants to add something more.
Yeah, because like we really wanted to actually work on the numbers more and to get more information from the actual owners. But at the moment, it is like a little bit like the middle of the battle between the private ownership of the steel plant and the city government, because they realize that there is a huge part of the city that they have no control of and they want to gain it back, but they don't really know how to do it. So we wanted to kind of give a proposal to like open eyes to the people that this area can be used and can be developed. And we try to work on also the schedule, how it could develop. And one other thing about the attracting people to the actual area, it's because we didn't present it in here, but it's actually located between the city itself and also newly built district, like business and cultural center. So it's actually on the line of the development of the city. So it's really attractive area also to the investors and potentially to the citizens.
Yeah, thank you for that. Very, very nice. Very good work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Akanksha, I think you are mute.
Sorry. Thank you so much. The next presentation is going to be presented by Amandeep Gupta, a postgraduate student from Lovely Professional University, which is located in Jalandhar, India. The title of the thesis is Redevelopment of Historical Precincts, a case example of Kangra Fort in Kangra Fort, India, guided by architect Mona Malhotra under the theme Urban Renewal.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, Aman, you are audible.
I'll be sharing my screen. Let me know when it's visible.
It's visible.
Okay. Greetings to all. Greetings to all. I'm grateful to Urban Design Lab for giving me this redevelopment of historical precincts, a case example on Kangra Fort. Historic urban centers, which had a history to pass on knowledge to future generations, are still battling for survival. These historic urban areas establish the city's character and create a link to the tangible and the intangible heritage. One such famous structure is Kangra Fort. Kangra Fort was built by the Katoj dynasty, which traces its origin to the ancient Trigartha kingdom mentioned in the Mahabharata. It is the largest fort in the Himalayan region and probably the oldest in India. The project revolves in and around the Kangra Fort by using the great historic value of the fort to revitalize its surrounding with a holistic design approach, enabling socio-cultural and economic growth. I have chosen this site because of its historical significance, its architectural importance, its strategic location, which is next to the national highway. It was an asset for the city. So I want to research more about why in present state it is not the asset for the city, and to bring that asset back to life. And that is the main aim also, to revitalize the Kangra Fort itself in all the economic, social and cultural platforms. It can be an urban conservation and sustainable model also, and it has a great tourism potential. So Kangra Fort is currently undertaken by the Archaeological Survey of India, and it dates back to 3,500 years ago, and it is ruled by more than 500 kings, and it has been attacked 52 times. Currently, this issue has been undertaken by the government of India under this Adopt a Heritage scheme, which validates this project as the Monument Mitra, which would be adopting this project. This site will look after this site for the next 5 years, and he will develop the site with the advanced techniques that will be useful to bring out the best potential for the site. The main objectives is to understand the historic and developmental status of the Kangra Fort precinct and propose the redevelopment strategies for its sustainable use. To develop infrastructure activities to attract domestic and international tourists. Mainly, the thought was like, if it was important to the locals, currently no local is visiting Kangra Fort, which was the main important site for them. And it is also an opportunity to create a prototype for further implementation on a project of this nature. To also work out futuristic infrastructure and heritage conservation model. Kangra Fort and the Kangra region, namely, was hit by an earthquake back in 1905, a major earthquake that devastated this fort, and many other structures were also brought to ruins. So another similar structure was a famous Brijeshwari temple, which is in Kangra, the main Kangra, and it is a Shakti Peeth. These are the images after the earthquake. So you can easily see the condition, and this is the same condition from 1905 till present, that this structure is in ruined state. And this temple was redeveloped in 1930. So this transition happened because this site is undertaken by the Archaeological Survey of India, and they have their norms and restrictions of the protected area, prohibited boundary, and the regulated area. So it was a major challenge and an opportunity also to develop this site, and what can be done to redevelop and to revitalize this site. So in the coming slides, we'll see. So this is the site area, and Kangra Fort stands on a cliff, which is surrounded by two rivers, Banganga and Manji River. This is the main approach road. This is the national highway, and this is the approach road to the Kangra Fort. This is the entry point to the Kangra Fort, and this is the old Kangra settlement. So we have this yellow line and the green line. So in 100-meter radius of this red boundary, we can redevelop, but no new construction can be done. And in between this yellow and green line, construction can be done with some restrictions. So I hope I can make my on the site. So a field survey was done of the settlement near to the Kangra Fort, the old Kangra basically, And the major issues derived from the interviews were the accommodation, which was nil, the accessibility, activities, amenities, and attraction. So we have both domestic and international tourists visiting the Kangra Fort to see it in ruined state, and we have no proper accommodation, and the accessibility is so poor. Activities, barely no activities, and as a student, as a researcher, when I went to the site, we just see the ruined state, and really sad that such important structures are in this condition in the present state. So this map shows the old settlement here. This is the old Kangra, and this is the main Kangra. So now the main settlement has been shifted to main Kangra, and because of the Archaeological Survey of India restrictions, so no new construction has been done here, no new development can be done. So this remains in the older stage. So the problems at the macro level were the inadequacy of the transport facilities, the funds constraining the development of the region, no proper information kiosk, overcrowding of the popular tourist centers, and improper signages. For the approach road to the Kangra Fort, these are some of the visuals you can see. No, we can, as you can see in the pictures, this is not the desired ambience when a enthusiast visiting the Kangra Fort should experience. Badly, no parking facilities, no amenities, and as the plight of the Kangra Fort, it can be seen in the surrounding sites, in the precincts also. So this is the visual survey done for the Kangra Fort. So as you can see the Google imagery also and the pictures, this is the present condition of the Kangra Fort. To the bottom right, you can see the fortification and the steps leading to the fort. But as you reach to the fort, this image B, as you can see, or image A, these are the ruins that are left after the earthquake. Or you can see the image D, which is the main entrance, a water body, and the green algae that has been developed next to the spout. So similarly, coming on to the proposals, I found that in this region, the Kangra region, many such forts, and to list out major 4 forts are in the same condition, are in the ruined state. So I proposed a fort circuit which links the hill forts and these places. It connects. It will create more awareness about the lesser known forts unfolding the cultural landscape. It will offer immersive historical experience for the visitor. It will boost domestic and international tourism in Kangra. It will serve as a model for conserving Himachal Pradesh hill forts. And coming to the micro level, I have proposed a tourist facilitation center, a food kiosk, a visitor drop-off at the main entry, ethnic street in the old Kangra region. The Kangra Fort, I have not developed that, but yes, I have proposed some strategies so that we can develop, and a campsite and a nature trail in the Kangra Fort. So this is the proposal for the tourist facilitation center, which is outside the green line, and this will help the tourist to at least serve as the basic amenities. And these are the proposals for the precinct, like a kiosk in the Kangra Fort, and outside the Kangra Fort, basically, we have an ethnic street and a bed and breakfast derived from the field survey that the stakeholders agreed to, that they can manage some bed and breakfast for the tourists. And we can have a local food and art bazaar in the old Kangra itself. And this, the proposal number 2 is the proposed area for sound and light show, and it can be a major activity for the locals and for the international tourists also, or the domestic. This is the proposed interactive signage for the Lakshmi Narayan temple, as the tourist can see what it was. Then is the gazebo, from where we can have a clear view of the Dhauladar ranges, which can be best viewed from this Kangra Fort. Some folk music and puppet show as well. And I have also proposed a glass deck over the ruined part, so that it cannot, currently the visitors are roaming around the plinth of this area, so they can have a glimpse of what it was and do not ruin the structure. Next, I had also done the documentation of this fort, the available structures that were there. So I had documented, and I tried to have a glimpse what it was through this conjectural restoration. This is the only most detailed part, this Lakshmi Narayan temple wall, which is in the main court. And this was also documented, and you can see the intricate detailings that were there. But this rests behind this wall in the main court, and when the tourist visits, steps on these staircase, and then he can see a glimpse that yes, this is there. And but as an architect, and seeing the plight of the civilians, they cannot imagine the volume what it was. It was originally a 7-storied structure, as per the document records and the archives. So from the images of the British Museum and some of the findings from the field survey, this is the model of Kangra Fort available in the Kangra Fort Museum itself, which shows what it was and what the structure was before an earthquake. So simplifying the plan, this was the main public area, this is the semi-private area, and this was the private area. We had the model prepared from the drawings of the present scenario. This is the model generated after when I have studied this documentation and the photos and images. The main inception of this project was when I went for my master's. I had while driving through this national highway, we can easily see the fort back in the ruined state. So if we propose some structures, some interactive signage board for the tourists, so that they can have a glimpse ki acha ye tha, that this was it, this was the structure, so they can actually park their car and visit back to the fort. Otherwise, the tourists or the normal people, they just pass by this fort. So this coming back to the conjectural restoration and mixing this with the current technology available, the documentation, the representation, and mixing it with the virtual reality and the augmented reality, we can have both the proposals. And since the thesis was submitted during this COVID, I had also imagined we are doing this project, but what if we are locked down for more than 5 years or 10 years? What is the plight of such heritage structures when you're sitting in this room? Can I imagine, can I see that fort? So yes, we can see this fort with the help of this Oculus device or the mixed reality, augmented reality. We can definitely have this, we can feel the volume on the site. And I think as it is undertaken by the ASI and no construction can be done, this was the best thing I could justify for the site. So this was the closer view of the Kangra Fort generated from the documentation drawings and the available pictures from the archives. So to conclude, the thesis brings out the importance of the Kangra Fort for the locals, which will boost the economy and will be the main attraction in the historic city. This will further connect to the fort circuit, bringing all other forts of the region to a common platform. The precinct of the fort will have more carrying capacity for the tourist for accommodation, local arts and artifacts. The futuristic infrastructure, which is essentially required, will enhance the experience. Activities like light and sound show will present the history of the fort in a descriptive and elaborative manner and will be an attraction for locals and tourists. Capacity building is vital for professionals and allied experts, which can also be done and which needs to be done, which is the need for the hour. And it can be a great potential to also learn the military architecture. So these are the applications used and these are the references. And thanks a lot for listening and bearing me. Thank you.
Thank you, Aman. Now, I request Architect Martin to share his thoughts on the presentation.
Sure, thank you so much. Really interesting project of the sort of historic reconceiving, of a great asset in its place. I think there would be three things for me that to better understand sort of the direction of the project. And the first, I think, in terms of the sort of the storytelling and narrative, which you probably know in terms of the history of the site and of the fort itself. And I want, as a tourist or as someone coming to visit, what is the narrative and why is it important? I know that there's a whole series of these forts, but what role do they play, in India, and what are the stories that are going to intrigue the visitor beyond just it was beautiful architecture at one point and now it's all gone. So oftentimes when you see, you go to visit a historic structure, whether it's a palace or a fort or military, you want a sense of how it fits within history.
So your voice is not clear.
Okay. Let me try again. Is that better?
I think there is.
How about now?
Not clear.
Okay, let me get my headphones and maybe you can move on.
Maybe Martin, until you get your connectivity back on, I guess Amrita ma'am can pitch in.
Ma'am, you are on mute.
Now?
Yeah, it's clear.
So hill forts are the hill forts are not really their potential, their heritage potential is not being realized in India. I mean, medieval India was like full of forts, and some of the great tourist destinations are the red forts of Shahjahanabad and Agra, but the hill forts of Rajasthan and of the hilly region, not in the northern part of India, in Himachal Pradesh, are create an unexploited opportunity to boost heritage tourism. So now we have to figure out, what has to be done to do that. And you've taken, the steps in the form of thinking about augmented reality, sound and light show, thinking about the approach, even a bed and breakfast within, beyond 100 meters, between 100 and 200 meters, some development can take place. It's just regulated. And then you've thought about linking the forts together. So these are spectacular natural sites as well. So I think they do attract trekkers. And so this is an instance where natural and cultural heritage come together, or architectural and natural heritage come together. And I think the biggest pie of the tourist, biggest segment of the tourist pie would be attracting hikers, nature lovers, and introducing them to the built heritage. So, so the history buffs, the hikers, the mountain climbers, all of these groups can, their interests can be served at the site.
Definitely.
Yeah. So I think what also needs to be done is to build on-site museums, and for that, I think history has to be compiled about how were these forts built, how did they handle problems of not only defense but other issues, drainage, of course, it's sloping land, but how did they manage their water? How did they grow food? How did they get materials, for building by the local material? So this kind of history has to be told, if when told on the site, either the guides or in museum exhibits, will go a long way to promote heritage tourism.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think you've begun that. I mean, you've documented, but then you have to get other disciplines on board. You get historians and also artists, and now increasingly, I think those who can work digitally,
Yes,
to put together digital exhibits.
Definitely. Ma'am, actually, yes, rightly said by you that yes, this is a destination, popular destination for the trekkers, the bikers. They are the I think the chunk of the tourist which actually vlog the Kangra Fort, and they surface that videos online, and it generates more views for them. So yes, that is taken care of, and that is the plight of the current heritage monuments in Himachal Pradesh. Like rightly said, for the bikers, a similar site was undertaken very far away. It's next to Palampur as an heritage circuit, in a tourist circuit, not a heritage circuit, in a tourist circuit. So no current heritage circuit is prevailing in this region, and it has a tremendous potential of the in the for the devotees, as the Kangra region is famous for the temples. So
Yes.
yeah,
Pilgrimage too. Yes.
yeah, pilgrimage tourism currently. Yes,
Yes.
ma'am.
So, and I think public-private partnerships would be the answer to promote this as a heritage
Yes,
region.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Currently, as you said, the Red Fort or the Agra Fort is undertaken by in a private partnership, and it is undertaken and being developed. So Kangra Fort falls under the green listing, which is high visibility and high footfall. So it is in the phase 3, and yes, sooner or later it will be done. So I'm hopeful for this if this scheme works.
Yeah, but in a sensitive way, and I think that's where the thesis can contribute.
Definitely, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we'll get back to Architect Martin.
It depends. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
we can hear you.
Excellent. Thank you. Well, I agree very much with the previous comments about the narrative, and I think that's where I was going in terms of the history, how it fits into the history. What are those stories? You know, not only from a defense standpoint, but from a day-to-day standpoint. I think there's a very rich and interesting history to be gathered. I think what's unclear to me is precisely the type of tourists who would be attracted here, and maybe those are mostly coming on foot. And so for folks walking to the fort, I think that's fantastic and very light footprint, which is great. But are there people who are arriving by bus or by rail or by car? And if so, where do they enter? How is that parking taken care of? You know, where is the buses? Where are the facilities? So some of those things which are a little bit more robust in terms of the tourism infrastructure that you would be looking at. You know, food and, you know, bathrooms, all those, and how do you fit those sensitively within the compound, whether it's apart or adjacent or integrated. But I think that the success is really with the modulation between the sort of the light touch, which is to say to be as sensitive as possible to the inclusion of new elements. But I think it's very successful with the glass panel and sort of the vision of what it looked like as a wayfinding system. Also with the, you know, potential for the VR, you know, headsets and understanding, I think is also a way of telling that story. So I think you want to make it and celebrate the fort and the historic nature and make it a very good tourism draw with a very rich history. And how do you do that in a respectful manner that doesn't, you know, change the sort of the historic understanding of the architecture itself, but accommodate many more people, and which will have impacts on the trails, on the, you know, water systems, on services, and all those other pieces. So I think that's an interesting balance for something like this. But thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Architect Daniel to share his valuable thoughts.
I think Dr. Amita and Martin have kind of said. I mean, I would say it in a worse manner. I'll stick to their comments. But thank you for the presentation.
Okay, sir. Sir, the comments that were said earlier are actually taken care of. The museum that is there, I have done it in the proposals, the parking area, that is the tourist facilitation center at the entrance. So any visitor coming by car, bus, or by foot, he will definitely visit there. They have a museum there. They can go through the history. There is another museum in the precincts also by the kingdom itself, by the royal family itself. So it also unfolds some mystery, but yes, there needs a compilation or a more dedicated museum. So I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Aman.
Thank you, ma'am.
The last thesis for today is going to be presented by Elisa de Androdnon, a postgraduate student from Politecnico di Milano, located in Milan, Italy. The title of the thesis is Rediscovering the Place to Acknowledge Its History Towards the Revitalization of Rua de Jangueira and its Forgotten Heritage at thesis location Lisbon, Portugal. Guided by Professor Architect Ana Paula Canaveri and Assistant Professor Architect Lisa Astolfi under the theme Urban Renewal.
Hello to all. I will share my screen. Let me know if you can hear me well and see my screen.
Yeah, we can hear you as we can also see the screen.
Okay, good. So, hello everybody. My name is Elisa, and this is an urban renewal project in a street located to the west of the city of Lisbon called Rua da Junqueira. The pursued goals are one, to restore the significant role of a historical valuable street once considered precious in a relevant location, and two, unify the urban intervention since the street's position between two neighborhoods. The Rua da Junqueira was once the location of 8 quintas de recreio, a Portuguese type of noble villas. And here you can see a map of from 1856 showing that each villa's lot used to have a large green area with agricultural fields. The strategies to be presented are a way of reintegrating the street into a more fluid and substantial path. The formation of Rua da Junqueira is a site of an intriguing case of noble settlements. The site had various factors that enhanced its natural and valuable aspects, and once had proximity to the river called Tagus. The street was established in the 1700s with the construction of the secondary noble houses, the Quintas de Recreio. The end of the street is the king's residence, now museum, National Palace of Belém. This place was seen as an escape from the city. The site was then characterized by a natural landscape to the north and a panorama of the river to the south. Over time, other changes were observed, and a new harbour area was constructed between the Quintas de Recreio and the Tagus River, creating physical barriers. The Quintas de Recreio are influenced by Italian villas, a typology formed by architectural and landscape elements. It consists of the residence and the surrounding greenery as a source of enjoyment. The main aspect of this typology is its agricultural profits. Nowadays, many of these have different uses, and their use as suburban villas for leisure and recreation has been lost, except for the palace, Quinta das Águias, today an abandoned property and placed in a strategic site in the middle of the street. The main change of Rua da Junqueira has been the reduction of green areas and the connection loss with the river due to port activities and construction of industries along the shore. The construction of the railway and the highway led the Rua da Junqueira into a secondary passageway, a route to the museum district. Today, the street shows signs of neglect and abandonment. And although the street has public transport lines and there is some pedestrian movement, one can see a lot of empty and unused spaces, a lack of meeting spots, as well as a decent sidewalk. On the other hand, the Tagus riverbank, after a huge urban intervention, has become more vibrant, with many activities like museums and restaurants, also hosting the view of the famous bridge, 25 of April. The whole area comprises a big urban planning initiative aimed at enhancing urban spaces. Rua da Junqueira is located, as I said, between two neighborhoods. One is living a revitalization of its disused areas, such as the well-known LX factory, an old complex industry now full of outdoor bars, restaurants, and indoor office spaces. The other neighborhood, called Belém, offers many choices of museums and cultural centers with a high flow of tourists. From urban data analysis proposed by the Urban Planning Department of Lisbon,
it reveals the need for a requalification of the Western area. What we need, though, is better communication between these interventions, a single plan that makes this area active and suitable for living. Some of these interventions reflect the interest in modernizing the urban areas, such as the mentioned riverbank and the construction of the Met Museum that you can see at the first picture above. We can observe from this map the opportunities that this place brings, such as reactivation of disused areas like the LX factory, as I said, the Quinta de Recreio as culturally significant buildings, enhancement and protection of sites and green areas of public interest, public transportation, and the presence of elevated pathways allowing dialogue between Rua da Junqueira and the riverbank. On the other hand, the challenges include empty and disused areas that repel people and become unsafe zones, the barrier created by the railway and highway, the irregularity of the sidewalk, and the amount of parking lots. Even though Rua da Junqueira is well connected to the city center by public transport, pedestrian access remains challenging and weak. The potential of the street lies in its historical value, which includes many architectural assets, as well as areas marked as critical, but with opportunities for interventions. The Rua da Junqueira use as a passageway and a crossing route can be transformed into a much more vibrant street for its citizens. Presently, the activities are primarily administrative and don't encourage to the discovery of the other places in the area. The strategy used to plan a revitalization for the street consists of an urban intervention divided into two parts. One is a general transformation redesign of the street to make it more attractive to people, and the other as the identification of zones of interest with proposals for different uses as today. It also involves identifying each Quinta de Recreio with signs promoting walking and cycling by implementing cycle lanes and making sidewalks regular and redesigning the existing parking lots. Furthermore, the analysis made on the street identifies three disused areas and interesting because it could allow for an engaging and connected route between the Rua da Junqueira and the riverbank. They are signed in circles. These three areas are referred to as focal areas with proposal intervention projects to offer engaging activities and a connection not only toward, but also from the river into the city. The focal area 3 is the most strategic one because it's a proposal to repurpose the only remaining unused Quinta de Recreio, the Palace Quinta das Águias, along with its garden. Together with the first two focal areas, they enable a network between the riverbank and the street Rua da Junqueira. The regeneration of the Palace's green area can be utilized as an extensive garden open to the public. The use of outdoor spaces encourages events such as concerts and other gatherings. The entire zone will become more valuable and people passing by can use it like a big green open space. For the palace, it's proposed to be reused as an artistic residency. This type of residence is mixed, meaning it includes a private area for the resident artists and a public area designed as an exhibition space. This Quinta de Recreio possesses an interesting history, and safeguarding this asset enhances not only its architecture, but also tells the story of the place to which it belongs, the Rua da Junqueira Street. This 18th century palace features the characteristics of a private villa, with a strong residential structure with well-defined spaces. Therefore, the interior would have minimal changes from the existing layout, utilizing its residential structure to divide the private area into artist bedrooms and workspaces, as well as the public area, with a restaurant, bar, kitchen, and exhibition galleries. This urban intervention can serve as a foundation for a new tourist route, showing the interesting best of Rua da Junqueira and the Quintas de Recreio. With a unified and friendly urban design for people, the presented proposal goes beyond to claim for the integration of urban planning and architectural restoration. The goal is to bring back the dignity of Rua da Junqueira, as it can still play a big role in the city, rather than a simple passageway as it is now. Both Rua da Junqueira and the Quintas de Recreio hold deep and strong meanings in Lisbon's history, not only of historical, but also cultural value. The proposed strategy is a way to combine existing interventions, transforming the area into a lively space and developing a two-way connection between the city and the river. Of course, my work was much more extensive, talking more about the villas and the historical value, but I think I focused on the main core of the work, and I hope it's clear for you all. I thank you for listening and for sharing my work here.
Thank you, Elisa. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now I request Architect Daniel to share his valuable inputs.
Okay. Thank you very much again for this presentation. I appreciate the multi-scalar thought process that you put into this. You go from the interior of the villa to the urban street that covers, I don't know, something like 20 blocks or 15 blocks. So you're able to understand the value and the importance of both scales when doing the work, and that speaks of a holistic understanding of the historic part of the city that you're dealing with. And that I think is important and a great place to start from. I think a couple ways of making the project more powerful and kind of making us more convinced about the importance of what you are proposing, because I think the justification is clear, but the actual urban proposal is not as explicit and clear. Certain strategies and ideas are announced, but the actual kind of physical result of your thought process and your proposal is not too clear for me. And so I would have loved to actually understand how you would, I think you say, enhance the rua, the street, like the streetscapes you're proposing. Lisbon has, I think, some of the most exciting, beautiful, pleasant streetscapes that I personally have had the opportunity and luck of visiting. And I would have loved to see how you're proposing to make this rua kind of fall into the standard of the urban realm that Lisbon offers to its citizens, which is really high. And so that streetscape kind of architectural scale of the street, not only of the quintas, but also the street I was missing. And then the other portion that I think could be a great opportunity to think about is the connection of the rua to the riverfront, because obviously when it was built many years ago, there was a clearer connection to the water before the rail was put in. With the rail, the actual rail became a barrier to connect the city to the water. And nowadays it's an overpass, which you mentioned. And so I think maybe being a little bit more radical in terms of the importance of connecting the city and therefore the street to the water, and not only because you do mention the overpass and enhancing it, And maybe I think there's something more that can be done beyond enhancing the overpass. And it's clear when you go farther west how important the connection to the water has been for the development of that area in Lisbon. And so I think one of the powerful ways of making this street and the quintas valuable for the city is actually giving back the relation that it had to the water.
Yes, thank you for your comments. Of course, the relation to the water is important, and it's difficult to think about it. I think you need a really big team to think in the short term what we can do now and what we can do in 10 years. So it really was a big question for me while I was doing it, and it was on the period of my thesis. I could only put this point. We have to change it, but I think we also have to study more how we can not overpass, but make it. But maybe we can change also, because the highway is settled there, and it's really it has a flow, a strong flow there. So I don't know. It's difficult subject, I know, and I agree with you. You need more studies on the subject. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I request Architect Martin to share his views.
Sure. Thank you so much. Really interesting proposal, and I love the fact of identifying a linear street, and then thinking about the assets along that street, and then folding in, as Daniel says, those urban systems. Generally, I really always sort of am interested in and appreciate this sort of way to go from this sort of very large scale understanding of agriculture to urban to waterfront, and the different layers of infrastructure that characterize that experience, and the layers of history as well, from streets to rail lines to highways, and those things which obstruct the water, and then those opportunities to get access to the water. So I think it's a very well situated thesis in terms of a really interesting um, geography within a city, which is increasingly, as many cities are, looking at these new economies of tourism and what they mean, and how to sort of resurrect and restructure existing places to keep the character, but enable this new economy to flourish. I was, fortunately, I had the opportunity to go to Belém just last year, so I had that experience of as a tourist visiting some of the monuments and understanding the relationship to the water, and even the underpass to get to the waterfront there, which was a little bit challenging at the time. So that being said, I think what many of the pieces are excellent, and I was waiting to see a section from the hinterlands all the way to the water, and I think we started to see that section. And I think, though, that section for me could also explain some of these layers of infrastructure, and some of the obstacles getting from the Rua to the waterfront and vice versa. You have those, so there's a little bit more of the what I'd like to call the middle scale, going from the big planning diagrams to the very specifics of the quinta. And there's a middle scale which would pull together 4 or 5 buildings, maybe just 4 blocks of the Rua, and say, oh, here's the specific intervention for both sight lines to the water, maybe access to cultural institutions, and then along that streetscape of the Rua itself, the accommodation of pedestrians and bicycles that you talked about. So there could be, that drawing is in the presentation somewhere that you just didn't get a chance to show us. But I think that would be a complement, would be that middle scale, and architecturalizing that in terms of like an urban design drawing that you could produce, an axonometric or other. But otherwise, I think it was an excellent thesis, and I appreciate your sharing that with us today.
Thank you very much. I have the other two focal areas that I was talking about. I made also a proposal drawing. It's in my reading thesis, but of course it takes more to. I think in this area it's too interesting and it takes more time to study. So thank you both for your thoughts. I will take it into consideration.
Thank you. Dr. Amita, can you please share your thoughts?
Well, I had a similar experience when I was there in this landscape. You can go to the museum, cultural institution, go to the riverfront, but then in between, just walk, and there was no shade, and it was really, it was very off-putting. So I think what your thesis has done a very good job with developing nodes along a bigger plan of riverfront development. And I hope that area becomes more pedestrian friendly and has more attractions that take advantage of the riverfront.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. This brings us to the end of the presentations. I want to extend my gratitude to all the participants for sharing their insightful thesis pertaining to the theme of urban renewal. At this juncture, I would like to welcome our esteemed panelists, Dr. Amita Sinha, Architect Daniel Feldman, and Architect Martin Zogren, to initiate the panel discussion. Although I encourage all the participants and attendees to ask their questions if they have any, and you can also drop your queries in the chat box. We'll try to answer those.
So I'm not sure if we have. I have much more to add to what I've already said. On the whole, I think the thesis presentations were excellent. I think each thesis was thoughtful, fairly developed, and I think just addressed some of the burning issues that we are faced with today in urban renewal and the challenges of meeting the sustainable development goals. I wish there had been more on about climate change and how addressing climate change at the micro scale, in the micro urban scale, can be beneficial, to the larger picture.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else wants to add something?
Sure, I would. Yes, I agree. I thought the presentations were excellent, and I love the idea of generally urban regeneration, urban renewal, in which it's an approach to sort of build and transform existing elements for new set of circumstances, which of course climate change, being incredibly important as one of the premier challenges of our time here. But also, I think it was so interesting to sort of see the sort of the ramifications or adjustments for this big thing we call tourism, which is now shaping the global economy very rapidly. And we're seeing, and have seen for the last, 50 years, and now accelerating, I think, just in the last 10 years with, you know, the internet and cell phones and the ability for people quite cheaply to travel globally anywhere and everywhere across the world without having to worry about language or reservations or other things which very much characterized travel in the past, so that now we see, a city like Lisbon, all of us have been there now all of a sudden in the last couple of years, and it's really picked up as a tourism center. And we'll increasingly see that in China and India and the developing areas of Southeast Asia, even, have seen that. And so the question really, in addition to climate change, is really sort of what does that mean for the socioeconomic structure and fabric? It's money which is coming from abroad, people who are often have a limited um, interest in giving back to the local communities, and come with a certain agenda and desire, whether it's food or sites or experiences, that are not always sustaining for communities, in those locations. So I think the big question of tourism is really sort of incredible to think about those economies and what they do for restructuring cities, um, and to pay attention to that and making sure that it's benefiting local communities, which it does in many ways, or it can, and what that interface is and what the experience of the tourist is vis-a-vis the project. So many of the theses we saw today were oriented towards tourism, so I think that was a really interesting aspect of this.
Thank you, sir.
Um,
Daniel, would you
and
like to add something?
sure. It's going to be a little bit parallel to many of the discussions we've had today, because I think similar to Dr. Amita mentioning the importance of having the environment as a main line of discussion in urban renewal, Martin discussing how tourism is shaping a lot of the cities. I think there's another theme that is emerging and is quite powerful that we need to, I think, be smart and seize upon, and it is this global reality of deglobalization and reindustrialization of countries through the whole notion of incentives for nearshoring and rebuilding industries locally. And there's many aspects of it that are important. The environmental aspect of being able to ship less things and produce locally and kind of manage local processes from a closer perspective, but also the possibility of creating jobs. And many of these kind of economic factors are going to affect the whole process of reindustrialization of our countries, of many countries. And when you look at the incentives that are being given out all over the world, the most spoken about ones are the ones in the US through the CHIPS Act and the IRA Act. But if you look at what the European Union is doing for reindustrialization, and so I think there's a huge opportunity for us as architects and urban designers looking at urban renovation and reindustrialization to go back maybe 100 years and figure out how it is that we used to have industries within the cities. Because at some point it was too dirty, it was too loud, it was too messy, and we kicked it out of the cities, and the cities became very kind of segmented and functional. And if we don't do anything about it, industries are going to go to the suburbs, and we're going to continue depending on cars to go to work, and the whole workforce is going to be very much dependent on gas or electric or cars, or building new massive systems of infrastructure. And I think there's a huge opportunity for us as architects and urban designers to think new typologies, new ways of imagining the city and the buildings that will allow for people to live, to study, to play, and to work, even industrially. Not only work, digital nomad, and not only work in the service industry, but actually in the more complicated aspects of industries that cities require. I think we have a huge opportunity to kind of flip the model of the segmented functional city and really go into the multi-layer, cross-programmed, heavily like medieval city. So maybe just leave that as a teaser. Again, it's parallel. It's not what we talked about today, but I think it's an opportunity as people interested in the same fields.
Yeah, so it looks like, you know, we are moving away from the idea of nature in the city to city in the nature, and increasingly, the bigger the ecosystems, the urban ecosystems, have to reflect this new reality of climate change and of reducing the carbon emissions and so on and so forth. In the context of India, I would like to say that the sacred plays a very important part even in 21st century India. And so in the thesis presentations we had today, for instance, the Kangra Fort, temples continue to draw large numbers of people. The landscape itself is sacred. We also see, we also saw, in this 18th or 19th century bridge that was colonial, it was a colonial construction, but it's really the overwhelming significance of the Ganga as a sacred river that is of importance today in urban landscapes of India, in all the cities that are along the banks of the Ganga. Similarly, in Srinagar, I think the mosques in these hamlets are very important sectors of community, and similarly the mosques in the old city of Ahmedabad are very are very important focal points. So what I'm saying is that in the non-Western world, especially in the South Asian world, the sacred has not been left behind, it continues to assert itself, in the landscape, in the city, and it has to be, it will remain a feature of any urban development in the future.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So this brings us to the end of the session. Now I request Vishnu to take over.
I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you're audible.
Once again, as we have been reiterating since the beginning of the presentation, it's a collection of fascinating theses, all exploring the fundamental ideals of urbanism. It's coming alive and all tied up with a fascinating outlook with this panel discussions. And as we draw to the curtains of this enlightening journey through this UDL thesis publication seminar, I guess we stand enriched by the tapestry of ideas that have been meticulously woven together. We extend our sincere gratitude to the esteemed jury members and panelists for their unwavering commitment and expertise. Their pivotal role in shaping the quality of this diverse compilation of theses exploring urban design and development is deeply appreciated. Our heartfelt appreciation also goes to the esteemed panelists, Dr. Amita Sinha, Hujan Ghosh, Dr. Manoj Kumar Kini, Dr. Sunny Bansal, Daniel Feldman, Martin Zogran, Nicolo Kikiriti, Nabil Mohareb, Ala Mandur, Sungi Park, Kala Ritur, and Gary Gilson. Their invaluable contributions enriched the seminar's discussions. This captivating journey through these thematic sections of UDL thesis publication has opened a world of urban exploration that is both enlightening and thought-provoking. Each theme, urban renewal, urban landscape, urban management, and urban networks, represent compelling dimensions of urban life that deserve our attention and consideration. Urban renewal, the first theme, invited us to delve into this intricate strategies that breathe new life into urban spaces, drawing from the wellspring of heritage preservation and the art of regeneration. Urban landscape, the second theme, painted a vivid picture of design that extends beyond aesthetics, encompassing climate resilience, preservation of cultural roots, and the fostering of resident well-being. The third theme, urban management, peels back the layers of economic and social governance that underpin thriving cities. Cities that embrace inclusivity and functionality to their core. Lastly, the fourth theme, urban networks, casts its spotlight on the connective threads that tie cities together. This intricate web of mobility, the pulse of connectivity, and the quest for efficient movement. Now, despite them being themes that allow us to look at urban phenomena in various perspectives, it offers collectively a rich tapestry of ideas that takes from historical preservation to the heights of sustainable innovation, etc. Within each of these theses lies a piece of this urban puzzle as we immerse ourselves in this collection, and we are invited to explore this intricacy into play of dynamics that shape our cities today and in the boundless realm of tomorrow. We extend our heartfelt appreciation to all contributors, panelists, and attendees who have made this seminar a forum of enriching dialogue and boundless inspiration. Your commitment to academic excellence and the betterment of our urban landscapes is both commendable and deeply appreciated. As we look ahead, may these insights continue to guide us towards creating vibrant, sustainable, and harmonious urban environments that embrace the past, thrive in the present, and beckon the promising future. Thank you. And I invite Ridu for the valedictory session.
Yeah, hello, Vishnu. Thank you so much for that concluding remark that you had given. So it's actually on behalf of Urban Design Lab, it is my honor that I'll be delivering the valedictory session address at the conclusion of the UDL Thesis Publication Seminar 2023. So over the past 2 days, we have been privy to an engaging exchange of ideas, insights, and perspectives on prominent urban issues through a remarkable thesis presentations of students from across the globe. So this seminar has served as a vibrant platform for the participants to actually showcase their academic research, covering a diverse range of themes from urban landscapes, networks, management, and renewal strategies. I want to extend heartfelt congratulations to all the participants for the passion and the diligence they have shown into their works. And actually, your thesis projects highlight sensitive understanding, innovative thinking, and commitment for the purposeful solutions that our cities actually do need today. So my sincere appreciation also goes out to the eminent panelists for lending their expertise and guidance over these sessions, and your insightful feedback and words of encouragement has actually surely motivated our young minds. I'm also pleased to announce that the UDL thesis publication book, including the seminar proceedings, will be with the detailed work of the participants will be released by the end of the year, and it will serve as an invaluable compilation of diverse perspectives and proposals put forth during the seminar. In closing, I wish to recognize the efforts of the team UDL as well for spearheading this novel, innovative, and inspiring initiative. Seminars like these are integral to nurturing the corporation and furthering the discourse of issues defining the urban landscapes today, and not just in one nation, but worldwide. I hope these conversations sparked over the last 2 days will inspire ongoing collaboration and allow us to expand these boundaries of academic engagement, and let us continue to shape sustainable urban future for our cities. Thank you so much, and goodbye until next year when we release the UDL Thesis Publication 2024. So thank you so much for joining in, and hope we meet again. Thank you to Amrita ma'am and Daniel sir, and also Martin to be here, and thank you so much for guiding us through the panels for the last session. Hope we meet soon.
Yes.
Goodbye.
Thank you so
Thanks
much.
for inviting
Thank
us.
you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.